Chapter 126. No, Mu Yang is definitely not the king of rocks. What the hell is going on? Baidu was completely confused. If this could be considered good news, at least Mu Yang was here, and nothing would happen to Maple Harem Manuel. I've met the shogun. Maple Harem Manuel was also confused at this time, but he still saluted to Raikage. When facing the Thunder movie, Maple Harem Manuel's heart was equally complicated. He was still thinking about what he should do to understand the heart of his best friend, and what should he do to save this crying country. It was only a short while ago that the seclusion order and the eye hunting order were over, and the civil strife in Inajima was over. All of this was explained and cleared up. This was Kyujo Takayuki and Iragi Shinsuke's fault, and there was another instigator behind this. At the same time, General Thunder also admitted the fact that he had been deceived. Ina wife seems to have carried out a bloodbath, and it seems that she will be prosperous in the future, but her best friend died in vain. Maple Harem Manyo, I remember you. Your friend launched a challenge when I was deceived by a traitor, trying to get me to cancel the eye hunting order and the lockdown order. Although it failed, but he can also be called a hero. Looking at it, Lei Yingying slightly nodded in approval and said, and you can also break into the castle tower for the sake of your friend's divine eyes. Thus becoming a wanted criminal, I recognize the friendship between you and cancel the wanted order on you. Too suddenly, Maple Harem Manyo felt that his best friend's death did not seem to be in vain. At least General Raiden recognized him and was willing to call him a hero. Even Maple Harem Manyo felt that if he was treated like this, his death would be worth it. Thank you, General. At this time, Maple Harem Manyo also had a different kind of recognition for Lei movie. If Maple Harem Manyo's previous admiration for the God of Thunder was like that of other Inajima people, even Maple Harem Manyo's belief in Thunder movies was not as good as the average belief of other Inajima people in Thunder movies. Especially after her best friend was killed by General Raiden, Maple Harem Manyo's belief in the God of Thunder also had some problems. But now, Maple Harem Manyo understands why so many people are willing to die for General Raiden, and why his best friend is willing to serve the country like Inajima for the rest of his life. Just for the word hero, my best friend would have died with honor. Nowadays, Deo wife has an extreme shortage of talents because of those bastards. Now I invite you to come back to Deo wife and be able to contribute to the country. This is not for me, but for the whole Deo wife. Lei Qian said in a serious tone, you have also seen that too many officials and nobles in Inajima have been purged now. Maple Harem Manyo fell silent upon hearing this. He subconsciously wanted to refuse and become an official. He felt that such a thing was really not suitable for him. Even before, he had never thought about becoming an official. After all, his family is considered a down-and-out noble. If he really wanted to be an official, with his ability, he might not have been able to enter the shogunate before. But he still gave up. But what now? He can't refuse. Although Maple Harem Manyo calls himself a prodigal, he also recognizes that he is an rice wife. When this country needs him, can he refuse? Can't refuse. His best friend is willing to sacrifice his life for Inajima's country. If he can't do this, wouldn't he even be qualified to be his friend? Maple Harem Manyo glanced at Baidu apologetically. Baidu understood instantly and patted Maple Harem Manyo's shoulder comfortingly. She understood Maple Harem Manyo's mentality. If Emperor Yanwang stood up at this time and asked her to fight for Liu, Baidu would not hesitate to become an official in Liu. This has nothing to do with belief in gods, but love for country. Thank you, General. Maple Harem Manyo said respectfully. Lei Movie nodded slightly, I heard that you like to wander outside and are suitable for life on a ship. In the future, Ina wife will import a large amount of food from other countries. You can become the official responsible for this. Inajima may also build a corresponding fleet in the future, and you can become the person in charge of this aspect. Raikage's words obviously stunned Maple Harem Manyo. This hearing must have come from Mu Yang, right? I didn't expect that some of the small details I revealed before would be remembered by this person. Recalling the days on the Baidu ship, Maple Harem Manyo became excited. It would be great if he had a fleet like the Southern Cross Fleet. Previously, Maple Harem Manyo had fantasized about living a life on the sea with Baidu after Inajima's incident was over. That might be the most suitable life for him. But when General Raiden said that he wanted to build such a fleet for himself, Maple Harem Manyo was also moved. Sorry, eldest sister, we will be competitors from now on. Of course, both Baidu and Maple Harem Manyo understand that the two will not become rivals. As far as the trade between the two countries is concerned, they are just two fleets and are of no importance at all. Unless the Southern Cross Fleet can be expanded tenfold. Thank you, General. Mapleharam Manyo said gratefully. This Thunder and Lightning General is still really nice and considerate of his subordinates. No wonder those ancestors were willing to risk their lives for the general. Baidu raised his eyebrows, but she was not dissatisfied. In her opinion, Mapleharam Manyo would not only not become an opponent, but would become a partner. If the two sides were willing to pass information to each other, for the two fleets all have great benefits. You can use less time and earn more moolah. After all, Mapleharam Manyo came from her own fleet. Baidu still trusted Mapleharam Manyo's character, and she was willing to cooperate with Yanagiharam Manyo. At this time, Baidu thought of what Ningguang had told him before. When you came to Daozu, you didn't need to worry about Mu Yang. Was it at that time that Ningguang also knew about the relationship between Mu Yang and General Thunder? For a moment, Baidu was also thinking a lot. Well, someone will arrange for you to go to the Confirmation Commission to discuss the matter with Kamisato Ayaka and Coral Palace Xinhai. Seeing Mapleharam Manyo like this, Lei Jingqing nodded with satisfaction in his heart. This guy is really good and can be given more responsibilities in the future. Captain Baidu. Immediately afterwards, Lei Movie looked at Baidu aside. Sir General. Baidu was not very excited. After all, she was not a rice wife herself, and it was not like she had never seen gods before. When he was in Liu, Baidu also went to the Immortal Invitation ceremony and saw Emperor Yan Wang up close. So when I saw General Thunder, I wouldn't be too excited. Dao wife will need a lot of food in the future, so I'd be sorry if you could transport it for Dao wife. As a thank you, I am willing to build a weapon specially for you. Originally, Lei Movie wouldn't do this, after all, she is a god. But now Lei Kyunkin's thoughts are different, and she needs to recruit more helpers for Dao wife. Judging from the current situation, Daoji, Mond, and Liu will form an alliance. This is the Three Gods Alliance born based on Mu Yang. Perhaps other countries will enter in the future, but for now, the cooperation between the three countries is unbreakable. In the future, cooperation between the three countries will inevitably increase, and there will be many things that need to trouble Baidu and them. Moreover, it is just a weapon, this is what Lei Movie is good at. Among the seven gods, no one is better at forging weapons than her. Thank you, General. Baidu was also happy when he heard this. Although her current weapons are pretty good, compared with the weapons made by General Raiden himself, there is no need to compare. Just the fact that General Raiden made the weapons himself was enough for her and the Southern Cross Fleet to go sideways in Inajima in the 587th day. In Inajima, this is a great honor. Moreover, she really needs a good weapon. As a warrior, who doesn't like weapons? You use a big sword, right? With the God's Eye of Thunder attribute, it is convenient to make a weapon. Come to the castle tower tomorrow morning to get it. Lei Movie took a look at Baidu's body and analyzed Baidu's battle without Baidu opening his mouth. Method, and designed a rough prototype of the weapon for Baidu in his mind. Thank you. Baidu couldn't help but sigh in his heart. He is indeed a general of thunder and lightning. He analyzed his own fighting style almost instantly. It's amazing. Coral Palace Xinhai followed Kamisato Ayaka to the outlying island, looked at the office space designated for the project, and then said in a daze, to be honest, I really didn't expect that all will become the head of the family who is determined to follow. Kamisato Ayaka stared at Coral Palace and whispered softly, this is what the general expects from you. I also hope that you can truly regard yourself as an Inajima wife and don't make mistakes, not only for yourself, but also for Kaijajima people. Coral Palace Xinhai naturally understood that the words behind Ayaka Kamisato were to remind her, but she didn't think about making a mistake. Yes, there is nothing wrong with her being the shrine maiden of Kaiji Island, but it was not her fault to oppose the shogunate army, oppose General Raiden, and destroy the temple where the god of thunder was worshipped on Kaiji Island. Unfortunately, when Coral Palace Xinhai knew this news, he was completely stupid. This is too desperate. But what could she do? At that time, she had no choice. Fortunately, General Raiden did not want to completely destroy Kaiji Island. He just cut off the sacrifices to Orobas and asked them to completely integrate into Inajima. This can be regarded as a blessing in misfortune. Chapter 127. The general is kind, and I am grateful for the kindness of the general. Coral Gongxinhai said, to be honest, I was prepared to die before. Kamisato Ayaka also understood what he said. No wonder Coral Palace Zinhai would react like that before. If you think about it carefully, if you were in the same situation as Coral Palace Heart Sea, you would probably be prepared to die, right? After all, Coral Palace Zinhai believed in the serpent Orobas at that time. For those of them who believed in the god of thunder, Coral Palace Zinhai was a heresy. This heresy must be eliminated. Especially at this time, if the belief in Orobas is not eliminated, it will be difficult for Kaiji Island to completely integrate into Inajima. With different beliefs, how can both parties become truly their own people? And spiritual leaders like Coral Palace Zinhai must be eliminated. If Kaijijima destroys the shogunate army, General Raiden will be the one they must eliminate, followed closely by Ye Shenzi. It's hard for Kamisato Ayaka to imagine what kind of mentality Shinkai of the Coral Palace had when she came to the castle tower. I'm afraid she was totally dejected, right? She patted Coral Palace Zinhai's shoulder and comforted her, but the ending is pretty good, isn't it? The shogun also wants you to completely integrate Kaijijima into Inajima. Moreover, it is very important among the three practices to designate the person in charge of Rice Wife to be responsible for national taxation and finance, especially now when production and construction need to be resumed. If the general hadn't valued you, he wouldn't have let you take this position. *A. I really want to thank General Raiden. However, even Coral Palace Zinhai had to admit that the current Thunderbolt General did have a very charming personality. Maybe she didn't expect that humans could govern the country like this at first, so she had to accept such a mess, right? It seems good to believe in such a god. I hope we can cooperate sincerely. Immediately afterwards, Kamisato Ayaka continued, I will go to Liu as an envoy. At the same time, I will arrange for a large number of Deifu people to go to Liu to work. Our future cooperation will also be indispensable. Arranging for Deizai people to work in Liu. If Liu is willing to accept it, it is indeed a good thing for Deizai, but will Liu agree? Moreover, can they afford such a large amount of labor? Coral Palace Zinhai also immediately entered working mode and asked Kamisato Ayaka. At the same time, she also had some thoughts. Perhaps she could also arrange for some High Z Island people who did not want to stay in Deizai to go to other countries, so that they could treat Deizai. Son. The Eightfold Palace Secretary has a good relationship with Yu Hengxing in Liu. Liu needs a lot of manpower to rebuild Gailaiwan and can provide us with a lot of work units. Of course, people from Deiazu who go to work in Liu also need to be managed. Otherwise, so many people may cause a lot of trouble in Liu. The general arranged for me to be responsible for this. Ayaka Kamisato looked at her with longing. Said, for Rice Wife, this is indeed the best way at the moment. However, I still hope that everyone can build a good Rice Wife. However, I heard that the general and the others have found a way to completely solve the resentment of the demon god. After that, Inajima will become even better. Has the general found a way to resolve the demon's resentment? Coral Palace asked quickly with a thought in his heart. It's not that she is reluctant to let Oroba's body disappear, but she knows that if General Raiden really finds a way to solve the demon's resentment, it will be a good thing for Inajima as a whole, and it will also be a good thing for Kaiji Island. Kaiji Island is no longer suitable for survival due to its status as a holy land. Otherwise, they would not be desperate to invade Inajima. If the problem of Baling Island is completely solved and a large number of people from Haiji Island can live on Baling Island, then all the problems will not be a problem. Thinking of this, even Coral Palace Zinhai couldn't help but look forward to it. Well, Coral Palace Shinkai, who is the goddess of Kaiji Island, is now looking forward to the disappearance of the skeleton of Orobus and the disappearance of the demon god's resentment. If she tells this, I'm afraid everyone will not believe it. Keqing, at Mu Yang, when will you come back? Kelly is already clamoring to see you, and I can't help it. Mu Yang, it may take some time. Mu Yang said, return to Liu? Why return to Liu? Is it because the movie is not good? Or is the fox bad? Well, Mu Yang can't jerk the fox Ye Shenzi yet, but Mu Yang feels that if she works hard, she can jerk the fox. Qin, sorry, Kelly's child has made you worried. If you are really worried, how about I arrange for someone to come and take care of her? Keqing, Kelly is very well behaved, she just misses Mu Yang. I have been working very hard these days, and now some projects cannot be separated from Kelly. Moreover, this guy Mu Yang also promised Kelly to take her out to play, but I can't spare time to play with her now. Grandma Ping, why don't you put the child Kelly with me? I have experience in raising children. Keqing, is that okay? Grandma Ping, no problem. Kelly and Yayo are similar in age, I believe they can play together. Qin, it's really troublesome for you. She knew that Grandma Ping belonged to the immortal of Liu, but she did not expect that the immortal would be willing to come out to take care of Kelly at this time. At this point, Kelly might be able to brag about it for the rest of her life. Wendy, hey, friend at Mu Yang, I think I might need some help from you. Qin, did something big happen? Dai look, Mon seems to be very balanced, nothing big happened. Eula, currently, the gorilla team has not found any major abnormalities. Mu Yang, is there anything abnormal in the plan? Wendy, yes, since the appearance of heavenly law, the Abyss religion's actions have also become larger. Asmodeus, the Abyss order? Tell me in detail. I will take action. Wendy. Zhongli, Ray movies, Mu Yang, I can't bother you for the time being. This is part of the plan. Asmodeus, oh. Wendy, isn't the Abyss order trying to contaminate Mondstadt's earth veins and the god of wind through the seven heavens idol? Recently, I found that they were speeding up. At the same time, I found some beastland hounds on the side of the Wolf King. I suspect that they are about to take action. Although only the remnant soul of Andreas is left, if he is used by the people of the Abyss cult, it may cause a huge storm. I have asked the traveler to go to Benlang territory to investigate this matter. Hearing this information, everyone's lips couldn't help but twitch. They used the seven heavens statue to pollute the earth's veins and the wind god. Knowing the effect of the chat group, they had no worries that the Feng Shen would be contaminated by the power of the Abyss. No wonder Mu Yang said this was part of the plan, to allow the Abyss cult to continuously gain points for Wen Yu, right? Not to mention, at this time, both Zhongli and Lei Movie were excited. It would be great if there were veterans from the Abyss cult who constantly used the power of the Abyss to try to pollute themselves. Now they are eager for such a good thing to happen. In this regard, Asmodeus said that he did not have such troubles, because the other side of the Abyss wanted to pollute himself, the maintainer of heavenly principles, all the time. What once made her feel painful has now become a good thing, Hui understand. Are you leaving? Thunder Movie, who was lying on Mu Yang, asked. Barbados's divine power is all used to maintain the environment of Mondstadt. If there is a large-scale invasion from the Abyss, it will be difficult for him to be an opponent. Mu Yang stroked Lei Mo's hair and said softly, besides, fate the gears have begun to turn, and I need to keep an eye on them. At the same time, don't you want to resurrect your sister and help the general get a body? Mu Yang's words made Lei Qunqin's delicate body tremble. Not to mention, she had been indulged in certain things these past few days and had really forgotten them. After all, Mu Yang is the law of heaven and his partner. It is difficult for him to refuse the request made by the other party. That's great, isn't it? Lei Qian said that he did not want to admit that he also liked this feeling, and that the kind of thing that could sit on the laws of heaven was indeed very exciting. Just ask, if the ice god is given a chance to wear high-quality silk and step on the law of heaven, even though this step is a bit unseemly, let's see if she is willing. And Mu Yang also likes himself to be like this, so Lei Movie naturally has to actively cooperate with him. Even if Mu Yang is looking for other partners, she must be the most special one. But now that I hear Mu Yang mentioning her sister and the general, the movie feels like it has been solved. This made Lei Qianqing feel deeply guilty. Obviously resurrecting his sister and helping the general get his body were the most important things. However, if my sister knew that her brother-in-law was the new Tian Li, she would be very happy, right? Lei Qian actually looked forward to his sister knowing about this. You also need to solve the internal problems of Inajima as soon as possible. After you solve all those things, Inajima will have 3 thunder gods, you, Raiden Jin, and Shogun. At the same time, Huzai Palace also seems to have the strength of a demon god. When the time comes, at that time, there will be more guarantees. Mu Yang then made a big deal about Lei Movie. Chapter 128. When Lei Movie heard Mu Yang's words, he was indeed moved. The current Inajima lacks high-end combat power. Since the Battle of Kenria 500 years ago, Inajima's only high-end combat power is herself. Even the eightfold Divine Sun only grew up during these 500 years. But if all these people are resurrected, it seems that there will be no problem in leaving Ina wife in the future. As a warrior, to be honest, Lei Qianqing himself doesn't like to stay at home very much. If there are strong enemies that he needs to fight against and kill by himself, that is the life that Lei Qianqian pursues most. When the time comes, let my sister be the god of thunder, with the general assisting me, and the Fox Eye Palace, so I don't need to worry about Inazuma's problems. I heard from Mu Yang that there are many monsters on the border of Teyvat, and I can also take action to deal with them here. Besides, there are some things that I have to keep an eye on. Mu Yang then continued, at least now we are not ready for a complete war with the Abyss. Don't worry, I will solve Dao's wife's problem as soon as possible. When the time comes, Dao's wife will always be with you. Lei Qianqian said firmly. Only eternity can approach the principles of heaven, and now that she has a deep understanding of heaven's principles, Lei Qianqian feels that the bottlenecks she encountered before have disappeared. She felt that it might take her 1,000 years to master the power, but it would not take that long. If she came a few more times, it would really be possible to master this power in a short time. Lei Qianqiu is very doubtful whether this power is related to heavenly principles. 3 days later, a magnificent and noble-looking ship was parked at the port of the outlying island. This is the official ship of the Thunder movie as the god of thunder. Now that Mu Yang wants to return to Liu, Lei Movies did not choose 433 to stop her. Now she needs to earn points. Although Mu Yang is a man who lets himself know the taste and indulges in it, his sister is not going to be resurrected. After he solves the problem of Dao wife, he will go directly to Mu Yang. Moreover, isn't it easy for Mu Yang to come to him? Distance has never been a limiting factor between two people. Lei Movie directly used her royal dragon boat as Mu Yang's means of transportation to Liu this time. In fact, Mu Yang herself could also go back directly. After all, ships still take time. Although the ship specially prepared by Lei Movie is very fast, much faster than the Death Omen of the Southern Cross Fleet, but it doesn't have Yang's own ability to travel directly through space. It's fast, isn't it? However, Mu Yang finally agreed to Lei Film's request. In Lei Qianqian's mind, even though the Teyvat continent is under the jurisdiction of Heaven, Daoji, Mond, and Liu can be considered to have reached an alliance. But there are differences between closeness and distance, right? My whole body belongs to Mu Yang, and so does Dao's wife. Liu belongs to Morix and Mondstadt belongs to Barbados, although both gods have now surrendered to Mu Yang. But compared to Liu and Mondstadt, Daoji is Mu Yang's direct descendant, right? This is also very close. It's like the story about Mr. Wang that was spread among rice wives. Although Mu Yang's status is definitely not that of a royal wife, this somewhat belittles Mu Yang's status. It is the law of heaven and they are the ones who have climbed higher. However, Lei Film did not deny this matter. This can be regarded as a disguised declaration of sovereignty. At least Lei Qianqian has some thoughts in his heart. Mu Yang doesn't mind this, and staying on the ship for an extra day or two is not a problem. The two of them are confused together, but for a woman like Lei Qianqian, it is impossible for her to betray Mu Yang now. This is indeed a good woman, just a little clumsy. Also leaving with Mu Yang this time was Kamisato Ayaka. Unlike Mu Yang, Kamisato Ayaka left this time as Inazuma's ambassador to Liu. At the same time, she was also assigned other tasks by Lei Film, such as taking care of all Mu Yang's daily needs, even some needs. Lei Movies doesn't mind if Mu Yang finds other women. She even feels that it would be impossible for Mu Yang to find other women. There seems to be a woman in the chat group who is having an affair with Mu Yang. Those rice wife nobles are all very fancy. Moreover, according to the teachings of Ye Shenzi, you must show your generosity at this time and never take care of Mu Yang. This will cause Mu Yang's rebellious psychology. At the same time, you can also arrange some outstanding women for Mu Yang. This is also there is no need to worry about Mu Yang finding some shady women. For these views, Lei Movies fully agrees. Therefore, Lei Movie naturally thought of Kamisato Ayaka, who was taking care of Keqing's life next to Shiyang. If Mu Yang is to accompany Mu Yang when needed, in the eyes of Lei Movies, this is definitely a tall order. After all, Mu Yang is the law of heaven, while Kamisato Ayaka is just a human being. For Ayaka Kamisato, this is a rare opportunity. This can also be regarded as a reward from Thunder Movies to Ayaka Kamisato. It's just that when Kamisato Ayaka faced Mu Yang, she was completely confused. For a moment, I didn't know how to face Mu Yang, the king's husband. But if you want to say that Kamisato Ayaka will be dissatisfied because of this, that's not the case. If she really accompanied Mu Yang, she would be regarded as General Raiden's roommate, right? For the general, only if he has her approval and is one of her own can he have such an arrangement. If you are not good enough and cannot be recognized by General Thunder, the general will not arrange yourself in this way. Although Kamisato Ayaka is still full of yearning for love and so on, she does not need to be like other aristocratic women, whose destiny is doomed at birth and needs to be a tool for marriage. Kamisato Ayaka has a BCCC, good brother who loves her. Similarly, the Kamisato family does not need to worry about marriage. She also fantasized about what her love would be like. But now that her fate was suddenly doomed, Kamisato Ayaka was a little at a loss, but she didn't have much resistance. This is the general's favor. If you don't believe me, ask other rice wife women what they would choose if they were put in this position. Of course, it is impossible for Mu Yang to directly ask Kamisato Ayaka to do this or that because of this. Mu Yang has always been a person of good character. He dared to touch the conscience of Kamisato Ayaka and swear. In the Kunya pavilion, Ning Guang looked at Keqing who was a little distracted, and said with some fun, "What's wrong? Now you regret it." "What regret? What are you talking about?" Keqing came back to her senses and asked evasively. "About Mu Yang, Baidu said before that he has become the wife of General Thunder and Lightning." Ning Guang said pointedly, "After such a long time, you should also understand that although he is from another world, a person with a special status. Even the gods who were respected by the Rock King and Emperor listened to him very much. We are almost certain that the chat group was created by others, and the abilities we have are also given by others. His strength is very likely to reach the level of a god, and now that he has become the companion of General Thunder, don't you have any other ideas? But he is already the mate of the God of Thunder, is it possible that I still want to compete with the God of Thunder for a man?" Keqing looked at Ning Guang speechlessly. She felt aggrieved because she was the one who came first, and Mu Yang also showed her more than once. Their relationship was also very good before, and it even felt like they were in love. Why did Mu Yang become the husband of General Thunder and Lightning after going to Daozu once? What should I do with this? Thinking of her parents, Keqing had another headache. Since the scandal between himself and Mu Yang emerged, his parents have also been trying to encourage him in various ways, as if they were worried that Mu Yang would run away. She even found some teachers to teach her how to serve men. Keqing said that she was completely shocked at the time. This is definitely because you are worried that you will not be able to find a man in the future and want to get married quickly, right? Keqing was indeed studying seriously at that time. She felt that the relationship between herself and Mu Yang had been gradually improving, and she had to be responsible for the other party. Maybe one day she would use it. But what's going on now? Now Keqing really wants to pull Mu Yang's clothes and ask loudly, "Mu Yang, how are you going to repay what you owe me here? Actually, it's not impossible. I still support what you do, and I believe the Emperor will approve it." What Keqing didn't expect was that Ning Guang nodded in agreement. "Are you confused?" Keqing looked at Ning Guang suspiciously. "That's General Thunder and Lightning, and I'm not the kind of person who destroys other people's feelings. But as a strong man, isn't it normal to have multiple spouses? A family like yours should see more." Ning Guanglao said with deep meaning. This guy finally stopped being pretentious, at least he didn't deny his feelings for Mu Yang. Keqing was speechless for a moment. What Ning Guang said made sense, and she was speechless. "Okay, I admit that people like Mu Yang are indeed worthy of the liking of many girls, but that is General Thunder and Lightning, the God of Thunder. Although I now have the possibility of reaching the immortal level, that is the God of Thunder. This is the most boring thing for Keqing. I originally thought that I could cultivate to the level of an immortal, and the barriers between the two parties would disappear. When Mu Yang came back, as long as he was willing to confess, I would accept it. As a result, before she could be happy for a long time, the bad news came." Chapter 129. This guy Mu Yang actually directly became the wife of General Raiden. Although this was just a rumor and General Raiden did not admit it, Baidu saw with his own eyes that Mu Yang rested his head on General Raiden's lap and looked very intimate. Still wrong? This also made Keqing angry and painful. This BD is a little too fast, right? Did she place too high demands on his moral integrity? Facing General Thunder, Mu Yang simply lost all moral integrity. "Keqing, there is one thing you have to face. Are you really suitable to be a good wife and mother?" Seeing Keqing like this, Ning Guang smiled and asked. Keqing stared at Ningguang with death. Are you mocking me? Even if we are partners now, if you don't explain it clearly to me, we will not. Originally, Keqing was very upset and irritable because of Mu Yang's incident. Now she is still being ridiculed like this by Ningguang. It's so weird. You really think she has lost her temper right now, right? For you, Liu and work are the most important, right? Ningguang stared at Keqing and explained softly, don't deny it, in fact, you and I are the same people. In our hearts, Liu is the most important. As for love, feelings, and ourselves, they cannot be compared with Liu. But is there any problem with this? He is a friend of Emperor Yanwang, and there is no way he can hurt Liu. There is no contradiction at all. Keqing didn't understand what Ningguang was talking about. Is there a problem with considering Liu as the most important thing? Anyway, Keqing doesn't think there's anything wrong with herself. But have you ever thought about what men think? Many men have male chauvinism. Ningguang looked at Keqing, who looked like this, and sighed softly. Many men like their wives to be able to care for their husbands and raise children at home. This, can you do it? When Keqing heard this, she also fell silent. This was indeed difficult for her to do. This was tantamount to making her give up her life and ideals. Also, think about it, you are usually busy with work and like to run around in Liu. Do you really have time to spend with him? Maybe your parents also noticed this about you, so after they found out that you might have someone you liked, they kept encouraging you, for fear that you would miss it and find someone later. Ningguang's words about finding no one were of course just words. It's just that this person who can't be found refers to the person Keqing likes, not just a random person. With Keqing's identity, status, and face, although people with similar status may not like Keqing, after all, this woman is too good at getting married, but there are still many people who want to marry into her family. The other party can indeed afford the words by fume. But with Keqing's character, would these people marry them? It's impossible, so in Ningguang's view, Keqing's final attitude may be the same as his own. He will focus his whole life on building Liu. He may think about earning more mora, while Keqing, he is purer than himself and thinks about building Liu better. At this point, even Ningguang is ashamed. Now the two have a good relationship and can be regarded as like-minded friends. Ningguang also hopes that Keqing can live happily. This. Keqing was also stunned when she heard this. It seemed that Ningguang's words made sense. After hesitating for a while, Keqing still said, if Mu Yang can take over my job, I can take care of my husband and raise my children at home. Only this time, she received a speechless gaze. Do you think Mu Yang cares about the position of Yu Hengxing? Keqing was instantly embarrassed. Indeed, the location of Yu Hengxing was unattainable for others, but for Mu Yang, it might be just like that. Not to mention that Mu Yang himself is a friend of the Rock King and is very powerful. As long as he wants to, becoming a 7-star is not a simple matter. Even now, the royal husband of General Thunder and Lightning, his status is not higher than that of Keqing. So, do you want to say that Mu Yang and I are impossible? Keqing felt aggrieved. Who is Ningguang from? Obviously he is the one who has been wronged. Why is Ningguang here to bury him now? No, not really. On the contrary, I feel that there is still hope for you and Mu Yang. At least I can feel that he still likes you very much. Ningguang shook his head slightly and said, if he doesn't like you, do you think he is a god, even an existence more powerful than gods? Will I have time to go shopping with you, dream about the future with you, and even work with you late at night? To be honest, when Ningguang learned that Keqing was chatting with Mu Yang late at night, and the content would be about Keqing's work, Keqing actually asked Mu Yang about the feasibility of those plans. Ningguang said that Mu Yang did not curse or block Keqing at that time, and it was really true love. This. When Keqing heard this, her expression changed, and it seemed like it was true. He has me in his heart. Besides, don't you think your method is a little too weird? Ningguang then continued, when you talk about work at night, shouldn't you talk about feelings? But work is everything in my life. The workaholic Keqing said that she really wanted to refute, but after thinking about it carefully, it seemed that it was indeed the case. Every time I want to talk about work with Mu Yang, although the other party respects me and listens to me patiently, he seems really helpless. So, it's not Mu Yang's problem, but his own problem? Mao Mao said that this was very embarrassing. Keqing, you don't have to change anything, just let nature take its course. If he likes you, just be with him. After all, we are used to seeing people with 3 wives and 4 concubines, aren't we? Ningguang continued. Keqing was silent for a while after hearing this, but she was still somewhat unwilling to do so. It was obviously me who came first. Moreover, why do you say that you are not suitable for marriage? Well, she was indeed not suitable for raising a husband and raising children, but Mu Yang's attitude made her very depressed. She decided that she would not be able to comfort herself without 10 meals of golden shrimp balls. In her heart, Keqing didn't mind sharing a man with other women. After all, she was used to seeing this. There is no monogamy rule in Liu. Even her father also had 3 wives. Mu Yang is better than her father after all, right? It is acceptable to find several wives, and the laws of Liu have no control over Mu Yang. It's just that he obviously came by himself. No matter what, you have to make arrangements for Inazuma's side when the time comes. Ningguang thought for a while and continued, when the time comes, just give Mora to Kamisato Ayaka and let her distribute it, please give me flowers. Didn't we hand it over to them in person? Keqing was stunned, not understanding Ningguang's intention. Generally, in order to reduce trouble, I hand over the reward to them personally, just because I am afraid that someone in the middle will deduct it. This is also Keqing's practice. She hates middlemen who get something for nothing and take more than half of the profits at every turn. Why do they do this? After Keqing became Mu Hengxing, she cracked down on many such black intermediaries. Now the situation in Liu is much better, and the wages of workers have also increased a lot. Kamisato Ayaka is different from those middlemen. You can treat her as a contractor. Ningguang rubbed his forehead and explained patiently, although this Kamisato Ayaka did not join the chat group, she is a general of thunder and lightning. Arrange for people to come over. She must have been trusted by General Raiden, and she had a very good reputation among Inazuma. She had previously used her family property to buy food and subsidize civilians, so there would be no problems with this person. When Keqing heard Ningguang's words, she wanted to start a fight at first. After all, she didn't have a good impression of the god of thunder. Damn it, don't think that because you are General Thunder, I'm afraid of you. Zero, I am still the Liu god of thunder, ahem. Keqing now also believes that she can become stronger. Ever since she switched to the immortal cultivation method just issued by Mu Yang, Keqing felt that she had improved in all aspects. For this reason, she even asked Grandma Ping. From Grandma Ping's words, she has indeed embarked on the path of immortality and is evolving towards the path of an immortal. Alas, she eventually became the person she once hated the most. Mao Mao sighed. Keqing also hopes that Mu Yang can also release the following skills. If there is a training method that reaches the level of the devil, Keqing said that it is not impossible for him to compete with General Thunder. As for General Lei and Lightning's way of looking at people, Keqing was very contemptuous of this. The bad things about Dao's wife have now spread to Liu. At least in Keqing's view, it is absolutely impossible for their Rock King Emperor to be as concealed as General Thunder and Lightning. This is God's irresponsibility, and he has an unshirkable responsibility. Of course, this also allowed Keqing to see the dark side of human nature. It turns out that humans can really become like this despite the gods. Although they in Liu did not have this sign, the previous 7 stars and 8 sects actually had problems to some extent. Of course, you can't compare with those guys who are determined to practice and Tianling practice. Those guys are simply the scum of mankind. Of course, absolute divine rule is not enough. For example, it is easy to make mistakes like General Thunder. It's better to be Emperor Yan Wang. She is fierce and firmly supports the rule of Emperor Yan Wang. Whoever dares to challenge the Rock King is her enemy. However, after hearing about Kamisato Ayaka's behavior, Keqing still fully recognized Kamisato Ayaka. This is a person worth making friends with. If possible, after Kamisato Ayaka comes to Liu, she will also need to have a talk with him, Bing Zuyi, and maybe they can become good friends. Chapter 130. This time, it is a cooperation between us and Liu and Dao wife. Dao wife sent a large number of people to help, and there is no other way for them. Later, when the situation inside Daozu improves, they will definitely return to Daozu, and it is impossible for us to keep these people. Even if these people want to stay in Liu, we cannot keep them. Ningguang said to Keqing earnestly. There was a hint of reluctance on Keqing's face. She knew that the Dao wives were relatively diligent in their work. The most important thing was that Keqing had discussed it with Ye Shenzi before. The wages of the Dao wives were as long as Liu's. A third of this side will do. In Keqing's view, these people are definitely useful tools. In the future construction process of Gai Liwen, these people will be able to make considerable contributions. It's just a pity that those tool people are not permanent. At least we can mutually benefit for the time being and hand over Mora directly to Kamisato Ayaka, and everyone can feel at ease. Ning Guang said pointedly, moreover, we are also allies now. The most important thing is that we can now use this incident to gain some benefits for ourselves, such as the opening of Liu Bank. 920 Keqing's eyes lit up when he heard this. Are you going to open Liu Bank? I have long disliked Baguio Bank. If Liu Bank is opened, I can also take Mora out of Baguio Bank and open Liu Bank. It is impossible to close the Northland Bank directly. After all, they are not as completely disgraced as the Winter Country and the Northland Bank on our side. Their behavior on the surface is clean, and they are even under our supervision. In other words, the most they can do is use the money earned in Liu to do something, but they cannot move away the money stored in Baguio Bank by the people of Liu. Ning Guang sneered and said, the Emperor Yanwang agreed to let the Bank of the North enter Liu. I'm afraid they are also worried that those guys will just take Mora away. However, we cannot target Baguio Bank at the official level, but formal competition is still possible. Don't forget what the fools did in Inajima. As far as I know, Inajima's Northland Bank was directly raided by General Raiden, and all the Moras were taken over by Inajima. Keqing frowned, but what fools do, General Lei and Lightning does have a reason to do it, but we don't. But I want to open the Liu Bank today. Ning Guang said with burning eyes, you have to understand how difficult it is to open the bank to other countries, especially in this country becomes bigger and stronger. Baguio Bank can do this, but it relies more on the strength of the fools to do some shady things in secret. Now that Dao wife no longer has Baguio Bank, it is a good opportunity for us to get involved. As long as Liu Bank has taken root in 2 countries, and then goes to Mondstadt, I believe Qin will not refuse. If we, who have the right to mint money, do not open a bank, we would be really sorry for ourselves. But Dao wife may not agree to our going there. Keqing frowned, I heard that the nobles of Dao wife got a lot of Mora after a bloodbath. That was Dao wife for hundreds of years, or even after thousands of years of accumulation. The Mora that General Thunder and Lightning now has on hand is probably much more than the Mora that you and I currently have on hand. Why did she allow us to go to Daozu to open Liu Bank? Because we can give up huge benefits, even hand over supervision rights, and even give up 80% of the profits. Ning Guang said seriously, we can even make no money. Why is that? Keqing was dumbfounded. After handing over 80% of the profits, their Liu Bank's income from Daokai was also gone. Ning Guang is definitely not the kind of person who is thankless, but why is this? On the one hand, it is to attack the Bank of Baguio, and on the other hand, it is to gain Liu's influence and make the trade of goods more convenient. Maybe I won't be able to make much profit from the Liu Bank issue. But in terms of follow-up, Liu can get a lot of benefits. Of course, Rice wife will also get a lot of benefits. This needs to be discussed with General Raiden or Ye Shenzi. Ning Guang stared at Keqing and said, I want Liu Bank to replace Northland Bank, let Liu Bank open to the 7 countries, and become the best bank on the Teyvat continent. Are you sure you don't want to take revenge on the rich? Keqing knew that Baguio Bank was founded by a rich man with many fools, and that Guy and Ning Guang were old enemies. He was a native of Liu before and was also a very powerful businessman, but for some unknown reason, he joined the Winter Kingdom and even became the executive officer of the fools. In recent years, the rich have often made things difficult for Ning Guang and even Liu. The 2 sides are considered enemies. If Ning Guang really does it, the rich man will probably cry to death. However, Keqing expressed support for Ning Guang's plan. After all, businessmen have national boundaries. Since the rich man joined the Winter Kingdom and became an executive of the fools, he was a traitor to Liu and an enemy of Liu. If he had the chance, he would beat him to death. Ning Guang, I support you. Keqing expressed her attitude directly, however, you must first open the Liu Bank. At that time, I will let everyone in my family deposit Mora in the Liu Bank. It's almost time. It's only 3 or 4 days. We'll talk about it after we bring Mu Yang back. Today is different from the past. This time, Mu Yang is riding on General Thunder and Lightning's ship. Liu will also need to express her feelings by then. Be kind. Ningguang warned Keqing earnestly. Keqing felt sour in her heart instantly. That betrayed man went to Dao wife and had no idea about General Raiden. Now he came back on General Raiden's ship and he still greeted him with a smile. Miao Miao was so angry. She took a deep breath and said in a deep voice, I understand, I will not embarrass Liu and the Emperor when the time comes. As Keqing, she often did not represent herself, but also Liu. She endured the calm for a while, but when she took a step back, she became more and more angry, and Miao Miao was so angry. After Mu Yang comes back, I must make that guy look good. Fortunately, although Keqing is dissatisfied, she is still very reliable in matters of right and wrong. But when Lei Movie's dragon boat docked and everyone in Liu greeted him, Keqing's smile towards Mu Yang was superficial. Relatively speaking, Keqing's attitude towards Kamisato Ayaka was much better. In terms of the other person, Keqing felt that the other person seemed to be the same kind of person as herself. Song is missing some of the aura of Wan. But this can't stop Keqing from having a good impression of Kamisato Ayaka. Of course, at Liu port, there were still many Liu people who were shocked when Mu Yang got off Daoji's ship. Isn't this Ningguang's advisor? Why did he get off General Raiden's ship? Moreover, why is the egret princess that the wife came to be headed by Mu Yang? What's going on? Welcome back to Liu, I didn't expect that you gave us such a big surprise. Ningguang glanced at Keqing who pretended not to care about Mu Yang and said, someone is very angry, cha. If you don't want to eat, you have to coax them well. What about you? Mu Yang asked with a chuckle. Is it sunny? This arrogant cat is still easy to handle. Mu Yang knows Keqing very well. As long as she gives Keqing a few constructive suggestions, she will still be angry. Ningguang's wine-red pupils shrank slightly, then smiled and said, I didn't expect that your ambition is greater than I thought. However, you do have the strength to match your ambition. Mu Yang spread his hands, I think so too. But I only love Liu and Mora. You should understand that I have never thought about finding a partner to get married to. Ningguang responded with a chuckle. It doesn't matter, I'm just greedy for your body. After all, you are the royal sister type. And don't you feel it's a pity? After 100 years, no one will be able to inherit all the molus you have earned. I think I can help you solve your problems. Mu Yang raised his eyebrows and teased. Ningguang was obviously stunned when he saw Mu Yang like this. It seemed that Mu Yang had become a different person after visiting Dao Wife 4.9. Is this kind of boldness a sign of letting oneself go? However, this feeling of confidence and boldness seems to be very good, at least it does not make Ningguang feel annoying. Nowadays, no one in Liu dares to talk to him like this. Moreover, because he is greedy for his own body, it is a pity that Mu Yang said these words, otherwise he would definitely sink the other party directly into the sea. However, Ningguang still said to Mu Yang, I'm afraid you will be disappointed in this matter. I have also practiced the Qi training chapter. According to you, there will be a foundation building chapter in the future. I can also do it by then. Once you become an immortal, you don't need to worry about whether someone will inherit Mora, right? Hearing this, Mu Yang pretended to be annoyed and covered his forehead. It seems that I have shot myself in the foot, but you also reminded me that the foundation building chapter does not need to be posted so early. Are you serious? Ningguang was also surprised when he heard this. Although the Qi training chapter is powerful, it can only be cultivated to the strongest group below the immortal. With the Eye of God, maybe he can end some you people executive battle. But without the foundation building chapter, how can I live forever? D. Chapter 131. Guess. Mu Yang chuckled. Regarding the derivation of the foundation building chapter, he really didn't deduce it. Not only because the foundation building chapter itself is more difficult to deduce than the Qi training chapter, but also because Mu Yang, who was in Daoji some time ago, how could he have time to deduce the foundation building chapter? Shadow Treasure is still very smooth, and because of Inazuma's cultural relationship, Thunder Movie is also very accommodating to Mu Yang in all aspects, even if she is a general of thunder and lightning, which makes Mu Yang learn from various teachers' knowledge, all learn to apply. Ying Bao said that he was useless at learning. Of course, when he has free time, Mu Yang will also deduce the foundation building chapter, just like when he is on a boat, that's it. However, according to Mu Yang's current derivation ability, it may take half a month to deduce the foundation chapter. Seeing such a mysterious Mu Yang, Ning Guang was also panicked in her heart, but what could she say? This guy Mu Yang can't be so despicable, right? Aren't you just greedy for your own body? It's not like I refused. If you have the ability, take down Keqing first. As long as Keqing doesn't refuse, it's not impossible for me to accept it. As long as you can convince Keqing, it doesn't matter to you. Moreover, being with Mu Yang doesn't mean you have buried yourself. With Mu Yang's support, you can make some moves bigger in the future without any worries. As she said, it is almost impossible for her to like a man. She likes Mora, 12, but she will make the choice that is most beneficial to herself. If you are looking for a man, why not find the best one? Not far away, Keqing saw Mu Yang and Ning Guang whispering to each other, chatting and laughing. Keqing was so angry that her teeth itched again. This guy was too much of a bully. I didn't see that I was still angry. Mu Yang, UBD, I won't forgive you so easily this time. Seemingly feeling Keqing's emotions, Mu Yang also walked up to Keqing at this time. Under the spotlight, he grabbed Keqing's hand and said, "Let's go, I'm a little hungry." Kamisato Ayaka looked at this scene in disbelief. The general's husband actually held Liu Yuhengxing's hand. What on earth is going on? Although when he came to Liu, the general also asked himself to accept any request from Mu Yang, even if he was asked to serve. Kamisato Ayaka has no complaints about this, and even thinks it is her honor, but she is also very curious about Yang. The two of them also had a lot of contact when they were on the Narukami, and Kamisato Ayaka also discovered that Mu Yang is a very gentle, considerate, and funny person. Such a person really makes Kamisato Ayaka hateful. But why did the other party hold Yu Hengxing's hand in public? Aren't they afraid that the general would know? Even if the two of them have something, they can't be so blatant, right? This should save some face for the general, right? With the general's character, after knowing that the Yu Hengxing is in danger from the Tauren himself, will he come to Liu and chop up the Yu Hengxing in Liu? Then Liu's Rock King Emperor takes action, and then it will be a battle between the Rock God and the Thunder God. If it were in the past, the Rice Wives would definitely not be afraid of this. They were willing to go through life and death for the general. If someone was awesome to the general, he would be the enemy of all Rice Wives. But it's different now. Today's Rice Wife needs development. Wait, at this time Kamisato Ayaka discovered something different. When the general came here, he told him to accompany Mu Yang, and with the wisdom of the general, he probably knew that Mu Yang had some entanglements with women in other places. Thinking of the content in Inazuma's light love novels, Kamisato Ayaka's pretty face turned red, so the shogun asked him to take the initiative and drain Mu Yang dry, so that Mu Yang would not look for others. Women, the general will not be bullied? If the general is not bullied, the war between Liu and Dao's wife will not be fought. So, are you trying to prevent a war between two countries? So for the sake of peace between Dao wife and Liu, should she work harder? Come on. You can definitely prevent the outbreak of war. What are you doing? At this time, Keqing didn't know that she had been regarded by Shenli Linghua as the trigger of the war between Liu and Daoji. She looked at Mu Yang with anger. Mu Yang blurted out what he wanted to say about you. However, thinking of Keqing's temper, he still did not say it. After all, he was not Blue Star. For Liu people, this was indeed a bit too hooligan. He just whispered in Keqing's ear, "Of course I miss you." After saying that, he did not forget to blow a breath of hot air into Keqing's ear, which made Keqing's pretty face turn red instantly and her eyes became even brighter. It can drip water. When Mu Yang saw this situation, his eyes flickered slightly. It seemed that his ears were extremely sensitive. "Humph, let's go eat. I won't kill you." Keqing took a deep breath, suppressed her emotions, glared at Mu Yang fiercely, and then led Mu Yang towards Xinyuexuan. "Go. Miss Kamisato, and this Miss Iragi, please come with me." Ning Guang invited Ayaka Kamisato and Senri Iragi in a gentle tone. In fact, she was also a little curious as to why Chisato Iragi came to Liu and even became Ayaka Kamisato's deputy. You know, those guys who were determined to follow the rules all died miserably. In particular, it is said that the head of the family, Iragi Shinsuke, who carried out the commissioning, was tied to a pillar and beaten to death with pebbles by Inazuma's people. Even small stones can kill people. You can imagine how many people threw stones at Shinsuke Iragi at that time. I didn't expect that Chisato Iragi, as the daughter of Shinsuke Iragi, was not only not implicated, but was also sent to Liu by General Raiden and became Ayaka Kamisato's deputy, which was a bit interesting. Thank you. Kamisato Ayaka quickly behaved as a lady should. Instead, Chisato Iragi just silently worked as a follower beside Kamisato Ayaka. Before her father Shinsuke Iragi died, she received the grace of the general and saw Shinsuke Iragi for the last time. She learned a lot about her father. Iragi Shinsuke and the others did indeed do a lot of things wrong. The shogun treated the Iragi family like this, and the Iragi family deserved it. Iragi Chisato will not resent Ina's wife or General Raiden. She wants to make amends for those who have been hurt by the Iragi family. Even though it may take him the rest of his life to make up for it, Iragi has no regrets for 1,000 miles. At the same time, she also knew that she could come to Liu in exchange for some key evidence from her father, and it was also because she had done nothing wrong, but had done a lot of good things. Treatment. The father wanted to keep himself away from Ina wife's circle of right and wrong, but there were some things that he couldn't just choose to stay away from. Since it was her father and they had done something wrong, she naturally wanted to make up for it, even if such compensation was a bit insignificant. In the Yunhan Club, Zhongli and Dadalai were listening to Yunjin, the head of the Yunhan Club, singing. Suddenly, a person from the Northland Bank said hello to Dadalai not far away. Dadalai frowned. He frowned, but still walked out. It's just that when Dadalai came back, he was in a daze. What's wrong? Dadalai's look was quickly noticed by Zhongli. Although Yunjin's music is very nice, and Dart Alia is also his wallet, and he has been doing his best during this period, Zhongli still needs to be concerned about it. He was worried that this silly boy would be tricked to death by someone accidentally. I heard that Mu Yang is back, but during this period, he did not go to Zhuangjian. Instead, he went to Daozu and became the husband of General Thunder. Dadalai said with a subtle expression. At this time, he felt that Mu Yang was a liar, a super liar. Mu Yang previously said that he did not know martial arts. It turned out that he did not know martial arts, but his strength may be comparable to that of a demon. The lady ranked in front of her lost in front of Mu Yang. Later, Mu Yang said that he was going to Zhuangjian to visit the immortals, but he ended up going to Daozu. You are not visiting the immortals here, but the gods, right? Moreover, he directly became the royal husband of General Raiden. If this news did not come from the special intelligence of the fools, but was said to be a spy from Narukami Taisha Shrine, Dadalai would not believe anything he said. He felt that he still paid wrongly. Fortunately, he thought he and Mu Yang were friends, but Mu Yang kept giving him false information. It's better for Mr. Zhongli. When others are dissatisfied with him, he is still willing to live with him in Liu, while secretly revealing all kinds of information to himself. Although this information may be useless, he knows that Emperor Yanwang there is no harm in liking various preferences, including the preferences of immortals and even the preferences of 7 stars. It's just that Dadalai seems to have forgotten at this moment that he didn't think highly of Mu Yang at the beginning. If it weren't for Mu Yang's use value, Dadalai wouldn't even want to pay attention to Mu Yang. The husband of General Thunder. Zhongli actually didn't know anything about Mu Yang and Thunder movie. After all, he, Morux, didn't know anything about feelings. But now I heard what Dadalai said was serious, even if it was him I also became curious. Didn't Mu Yang have an affair with Keqing? Why are you still involved with Balzabul? Are you sure there's nothing wrong with Balzabul's dull character? Chapter 132. Of course, for Teyvat, it would also be a good thing if Mu Yang can be combined with Lei's movie. Afterwards, Baal will also be resurrected, and a 7-god level existence will appear on their side. They will also have one more fighting force when resisting the abyss in the future. I want to buy sweet-scented osmanthus and carry wine with me, but I regret that I am an old friend. When will we meet again? However, it is not easy to resurrect those old friends. He now goes to the rock abyss every day to purify the aura of the abyss, which can bring him a lot of points every day, but in Zhongli's opinion, this is not enough. He has too much to do. For example, to solve the wear and tear on himself and Ruotuo Dragon King, the wear and tear on the immortals around him also needs to be solved, and to find a way to resurrect his friends, all of which require a large amount of points to rely on. These points need to be earned by oneself, and Zhongli cannot ask Yang for them. After all, Mu Yang gave them this opportunity, which is already very valuable. In the past few days, Zhongli felt that the speed of purifying the filth in the abyss was much faster than before. However, he also found that he might need to stagger the time with certain people to purify these things. The total purification efficiency that the people in the chat group can use currently exceeds Mu Yang's upper limit. Of course, this was also within Zhongli's expectation. After all, the ability to purify itself comes from Mu Yang, and Mu Yang's ability has an upper limit. But it's right to think about it. That guy Balzabul should be working hard to purify the power of the evil spirits and solve the internal problems of Daozu. The maintainer of heavenly principles seems to have been affected by some abyssal power. The last time they met, Zhongli also felt that there was a large amount of abyssal energy in his body. That abyssal energy could make a demon god or even the 7 gods fall into the abyss at will. But the maintainer of the law of heaven has survived. It's no wonder that he fell into a deep sleep before. It seems that the abyss is almost always thinking about destroying the continent of Teyvat. The maintainer of the law of heaven needs to be purified, Balzabul needs points, and he also needs points. Fortunately, that guy Barbados only needs to restore his divine power and solve the problem of wear and tear. Usually, Barbados only purifies the energy of the abyss occasionally, but he can purify the energy of the abyss while he is not doing anything. However, the abyssal power on the layer rock abyss cannot always be purified. There is no guarantee that those from the abyss cult will not appear. It is also time to purify some of the demonic resentment on the Gai Liwen side. At this time, Zhongli also hopes that Keqing and the others can re-establish Gai Liwen as soon as possible, and then arrange more places for storytelling and listening to music, so that he can purify the underground demons and gods while listening to books. Yeah, I didn't expect this. I heard that a lot of big things happened in Inajima in the past few days. Even the rock god and the wind god appeared in Inajima. Dadalia said with deep understanding. He also knows about the maintainer of heavenly principles, but that person's existence is too special, so he shouldn't talk about it if he can. If he was noticed by that person, he would not know how he died. After all, for Tian Li, he might be more worthy of death than other executives. He, Dardalia, had once entered the abyss and had a teacher who was considered a strong person in the abyss. If the maintainer of heavenly law notices him, then he will not know how he died. Did the rock god also appear in Rice Wife? I didn't know about this before. Zhongli shook his head slightly and said apologetically. I understand, even if I know, it's not the right time. Dadalia nodded with deep understanding. It is very difficult to obtain the god's heart from the rock god, let alone in front of the keeper of heavenly principles. He will probably be slapped to death, right? However, great changes have taken place in Inajima during this time. The civil war was solved by General Raiden, and a large number of people were executed in Keqing Fengxing and Xingding Fengxing. We fools have become the existence that everyone shouts about in Dao Wife. Dadalia said again abruptly, I heard that General Thunder and Lightning's Wuxiang sword was the ultimate in martial arts, but I don't know if the rock god Morix can block it. Hearing this, Zhongli frowned and began to think. If he said it before, he really thought he could stop it. As the oldest demon god, he is also known as the god of war. He even witnessed the war between the first throne and the second throne. There is no doubt about his strength. Morix was also very confident in his strength. His strength is not inferior to that of the original 7-headed Dragon King. Apart from Tian Li and the 4 rulers, he should be the strongest. But this time when he saw Balzabul, Zhongli really hesitated. Balzabul's strength has improved significantly compared to 500 years ago. The other party is a demon god who is 2 or 3,000 years old after all. At their age, it is almost impossible to continue to make progress. Unless there is some particularly big opportunity. 500 years ago, although Balzabul was not one of the 7 gods, his strength was recognized by him. The opponent's strength should not be inferior to any of the 7 gods except himself, but he was confident that he could defeat Balzabul without any injuries. I'll set up a shield first, and you can fight slowly. But now, he felt that Balzabul might not be inferior to him, and his aura was also approaching a certain existence that he had witnessed before. Looking back now, the auras of Baal and Baalzab are somewhat similar to that one. Now Zhongli is not sure that he can definitely defeat Balzabul. Even if he wins, he will probably have to pay a lot of price. Among the 7 gods today, Baalzabul is also one of the best. As for blocking Wuxiang's sword, Zhongli felt that he should have to fight against it now, right? I don't know about this, but the thunder god Barzabul is indeed one of the 7 gods who is very good at fighting. After some consideration, Zhongli reminded Dadalia, I heard that she likes fighting, but once she enters the battle, she won't hold back, and she won't be lenient to you because you are a fool. I know this. Dadalia waved her hand, I heard that she has started to clean up us fools in Dao wife, and I will not go to Dao wife to die. I don't want to face that Wuxiang knife for the time being. However, we have time to remind brother Mu Yang that there are people among us who want to kill him. Oh? Don't they know how powerful Mu Yang is? Zhongli asked with a subtle expression. Kill Mu Yang? Watch out for nails falling from the sky. Moreover, Dadalia's face change speed is also fast enough. In the past, he could feel Dadalia's inner disdain for Mu Yang. After Mu Yang came back from Mondstadt, he became a good friend, and now he has become a good friend. Brother Mu Yang. As expected of you, Dadalia. It's Law, the 6th executive officer of our fools. Speaking of the skirmishers, Indalia's expression was also a little subtle. He also understood why the skirmishers wanted to kill Mu Yang immediately. Mu Yang is considered by many to be the husband of General Thunder and Lightning, and the skirmishers are the creations of General Thunder and Lightning. They privately say that the skirmishers are the sons of General Thunder and Lightning, but now a Mu Yang suddenly appears. This is too much. Father. It would be a strange thing for skirmishers to accept it. But why do you have to remind Mu Yang? After all, he is also an executive. Zhongli secretly exclaimed, good fellow, is the internal fighting among the fools already so severe? If the ice god knew about it, he would probably cry to death, right? Who makes that guy have a bad mouth? I don't like that guy. Moreover, he looks down upon those who are lower than him among the fools. Dadalia spread his hands and said, and I am the last among the fools. Okay, but you'd better not provoke Mu Yang. His strength is beyond your ability to deal with. For the safety of his wallet, Zhongli reminded Dadalia. At least in his eyes, Dadalia still plays a huge role now. Dadalia will also be used in the subsequent ceremony of inviting immortals. It's just a pity that there seems to be some lack of time. If it is the immortal invitation ceremony next year, it can show others Liu's growth over the past year. By then, Mu Yang's foundation building chapter should have been completed. Even Keqing and Ning Guang have reached the level of immortals. At that time, Liu can show off his force. It's just a pity that Dadalia, a fool, can't honestly prepare the plan in Liu, Li Zhao, for more than a year. Unless the ice god personally orders it, and he doesn't have the heart of God to give it to the ice god. I understand, I am not Rosalind's opponent yet. Dadalia spread his hands, he is indeed Mr. Zhongli, unlike others who only know how to trick himself. Mr. Zhongli is really honest and reliable. It was impossible to challenge Mu Yang. He was just thinking about whether he could obtain the Thunder God's heart through Mu Yang. Although Thor's heart of God is not his mission, he doesn't mind doing a little more for the Queen. If Mu Yang's strength is not so strong, Mu Yang can be tied up in exchange for God's heart. But if Mu Yang is not strong, General Leiden will also look down on Mu Yang. I don't know how many mollusks can be exchanged for the heart of God from Mu Yang. The plot of Fontaine feels weird. For example, the young master was pronounced guilty. According to intelligence analysis, it is likely that those things were actually related to the fools. It may also be that the so-called whale of the young master finally drowned Fontaine. This is all it's possible. But judging from the current combat power, Fontaine is very strong. As the father-in-law of the Water Dragon King, as long as Funina is not too stretched, then Fontaine's overall combat power can be considered powerful among the 7 kingdoms. Chapter 133. Mu Yang didn't know that at this time, that guy from Dadalia was actually thinking of buying the heart of God from him. If he knew, he would probably laugh to death. However, it is definitely impossible to give the heart of God to Dadalia. After all, for now, the 7 hearts of God are still quite important to him, even if he has obtained 3 hearts of God now. Of course, if he wants to imitate the heart of God, Mu Yang can also do it. Now he can rub some weaker heart of God out with his hands, but that thing is of no use. Is it possible that I still want to use this thing to earn money from Northland Bank? Isn't this stupid? The food at Xinyuexuan tastes quite good, and Ning Guang and Keqing also entertained a few people with all their heart. Of course, as of now, they mainly entertain Kamisato Ayaka. After all, although Mu Yang was considered the wife of General Thunder and Lightning, neither Keqing nor Ning Guang regarded Mu Yang as a real outsider. I have a vacant house over there. How about we use it as the residence of Miss Iragi and Miss Kamisato in Liu? When they had almost eaten and talked about cooperation, Ningguang then faced Kamisato Ayaka. Asked. Residence. Kamisato Ayaka looked at Mu Yang aside and said, the general asked me to be responsible for Mr. Mu Yang's daily life after coming to Liu. Why, it's too much to bully others, it's simply too much to bully others. If I didn't know that I would never be able to blow up my hair and hire someone at this time. Is this bullying? Fortunately for her, Keqing thought Kamisato Ayaka was a good person, but it turned out that he was arranged by General Raiden to declare his sovereignty. This is Liu, and General Thunder and Lightning is a bit too arrogant. Chisato Iragi is a little confused at this time. Ayaka Kamisato needs to be responsible for taking care of Mu Yang's daily life, so doesn't she have to do the same? Why don't you know these 427 things? No, Mu Yang is the general's man, and only the general's confidant is qualified to take care of Mu Yang's life, but he does not have this qualification. Thinking of this, Iragi Qianli felt helpless in his heart. After all, it's his father who is too unhuman. After coming to Liu, Zhong Qianli has no right to speak. When the time comes, Kamisato Ayaka will do whatever she says. Ningguang glanced thoughtfully at Keqing, who was already biting her chopsticks, then nodded slightly and said, Mu Yang's house is quite nice. It would be suitable for Miss Shenli to live there. Can this lady also live in it? According to her investigation, the relationship between Qianli Iragi and Mu Yang seems to be very strange, right? Me. Iragi Senri looked at Kamisato Ayaka. Kamisato Ayaka pondered for a moment and then said, Qianli will need to be responsible for a lot of things in the future. It is best for her residence to have an office space in the front and a living space in the back. This is also more convenient. Mr. Mu Yang's home doesn't seem to be very suitable. Is that so? Ningguang nodded slightly, but before she could continue speaking, Keqing spoke up at this time. How about establishing an embassy for Inajima to be stationed in Li? We can prepare a special house for Daezu officials to use as their office and residence in Liu. Similarly, Daezu also needs to establish an embassy in Liu and Daezu. How about it? Kamisato Ayaka was stunned for a moment when he heard this, but still said, I can't make the decision on this matter, but I will send a letter to the general. It's okay, just agree. Mu Yang also spoke at this time. BCDG, okay. In that case, let's give each other land and houses in exchange and establish embassies for each other. Kamisato Ayaka heard Mu Yang's words and agreed without hesitation. In Daezu, Mu Yang's right to speak is equal to that of a general. But Keqing couldn't be happy at this time. She glared at Mu Yang viciously and at the same time stretched out her legs to kick Mu Yang. This guy is really the master of Dao wife, right? However, the next second Keqing's power was broken instantly. This BD actually grabbed his own foot, and SP. Keqing tried to take back her foot, but she couldn't. This guy seemed to have been to Dao wife once and became more and more bold. There were so many people watching here. If Ningguang knew, wouldn't he be laughing at himself to death? But at this moment, Keqing's heart also felt a little rippling. It seemed that it felt very comfortable. Mu Yang, this BD. What does it mean? Fortunately, Mu Yang did not embarrass Keqing for too long. There were Shenli Linghua and Ningguang beside them. Even if Mu Yang wanted to do something, it would not be possible in this new moon pavilion. At the same time, he also thought about his behavior. Did he let himself go with the help of Lei movie? Or have you read too many Yido novels? Not to mention, Ye Kamiko is worthy of being a vixen, and Ina wife is worthy of being an Ina wife. There are indeed many interesting novels written by her. For example, those online novels and street stall literature from more than 10 or 20 years ago contain a lot of interesting things. All these things are available in Ye Chongtang. Even when Mu Yang saw these novels, he said that there were indeed some sacred books, which were no less than the novels he had regarded as classics before. Sure enough, after a man has strength, it is indeed easy for him to let himself go. When I don't have the strength, I just fantasize in my heart, but after I have the strength, I like to put it into practice. Mu Yang rubbed his temples. Sure enough, men still cannot have rights and strength. No, there doesn't seem to be anything wrong with this. Maybe I should take the initiative, at least Keqing doesn't feel really angry like this. After a few people talked, they made a decision. Ningguang will arrange a temporary residence for Qianli Iragi and the others. As for the location of the embassy, it will be arranged after internal discussions within Keqing. At that time, it will not be possible for Inajima to be the only country to establish an embassy. In Ningguang's plan, if possible, embassies of the other 6 countries will be established, and arranging them together is a good idea. It requires a large piece of land. Ningguang alone can't make the decision. Even though there is Keqing beside him, they can't act arbitrarily, can they? No matter what, the meeting that should be held still needs to be held. Before the embassy was established, Ningguang was responsible for Kyunri Iragi's accommodation, while Ayaka Kamisato would stay at Yang's home. Of course, if Kyunri Iragi wants to live in Mu Yang's house, there is no problem. Mu Yang's house is big enough. However, due to various reasons, she was still asked to find a place to live elsewhere. Kamisato Ayaka followed Mu Yang, her eyes flickering slightly as she looked at Keqing, who was holding hands with Mu Yang but acting very awkward. It seems that Yu Hengxing has a different meaning to Mu Yang. This feeling seems more like the love in those love novels. At this time, a trace of envy flashed through Kamisato Ayaka's heart. If at this time, the person being held by Mr. Mu Yang was herself. Kelly, I'm here to pick you up. Near Yujing Terrace, Mu Yang found Kelly who was playing with Yayao. Brother Mu Yang, Sister Keqing, are you here to see Kelly? Kelly saw Mu Yang running to Mu Yang's side happily, and said with joy, Brother Mu Yang, you are finally back. Sorry for keeping you waiting. Mu Yang rubbed Kelly's head and said softly. Then he looked at Yayao aside and said, Thank you very much, Yayao. It must be tiring to take care of Kelly, right? Well, in Mu Yang's heart, Yayao is taking care of Kelly. Even though Yayao is only 7 or 8 years old, her age is about the same as Kelly's. But Yayao and Kelly's minds are not at the same level at all. Yayao can take care of Ganyu, she is just like a small Tianping. Mu Yang feels that no matter who it is, having a daughter like Yayao will be a lot easier. She is a very sensible and good child who even dotes on adults. I am worthy of Paimon's words that she pampers me so much. Handing Kelly to Yayao, Mu Yang felt there was no problem at all. Yayao said quickly, No, Kelly is very good and well behaved. We are good friends. Really? Mu Yang looked at Kelly with some suspicion. The two could become good friends. Mu Yang believed it, but Kelly seemed to have nothing to do with the word sin. Maybe Kelly will be good for a day or two, but soon the truth will be revealed. Kelly is really well behaved. Yayao quickly assured her good friend. Kelly, on the other hand, looked at Mu Yang nervously and was not dissatisfied with Mu Yang's questioning. Instead, she looked like a child who had done something wrong. Mu Yang saw a guilty conscience in Kelly. Actually, it's not bad. Kelly has helped me a lot during this period. Although sometimes the bombs are more powerful than expected and cause some minor troubles, they are all within the acceptable range. At this time, Keqing stood up and spoke for Kelly. Kelly is his partner. Even if Kelly makes a mistake, he still needs to solve some troubles for Kelly. Moreover, in Qing's opinion, there is nothing wrong with children being naughty. There are many children in Liu, and they are much more naughty than Kelly. Is that so? Mu Yang still looked at Kelly with some suspicion, trying to get Kelly to talk about the bad things she had done during this period. After all, he can be regarded as Kelly's guardian in Liu. Brother Mu Yang, Kelly knows it's wrong. Kelly will never throw bombs again. Kelly quickly begged for mercy when she saw Mu Yang's suspicious look. Chapter 134. Seeing Kelly like this, Mu Yang also had a bad premonition. He stared at Kelly for a while, and then looked at Keqing again, but this time, Keqing's eyes also became erratic, even he looked towards the sky. I'm sorry, Brother Mu Yang. Kelly didn't mean to blow up your home. Kelly just wanted to fry the fish. Seeing Mu Yang like this, Kelly apologized quickly. At number. At number when Mu Yang heard Kelly's words, he didn't know what to say for a moment. Your home was bombed? Damn it. How did you threaten Kelly before? Ms. Alice, I'm sorry, it's Kelly who belongs to me. If you want to blame, you can blame Kelly from now on. Mu Yang opened a space channel without saying a word, said coldly, follow me, and walked in first. In Mu Yang's view, both Keqing and Yayao were involved. After all, they are not good people helping Kelly hide information. Forget it Yayao, Keqing, you are still so ignorant. If you don't give yourself a leg to play with for a year, it won't make sense. Seeing Mu Yang's actions, Kamisato Ayaka took the lead and followed in. She was from the general, that is, from Mu Yang. At this time, she was naturally on Mu Yang's side. Sister Keqing. Kelly looked at Keqing worriedly. This time, little son was really scared. There was no way, Mu Yang had said before that he would beat Kelly's mother. Mom, I'm sorry, Kelly didn't mean to do it. It's okay, Kelly, Sister Keqing will help you. Seeing Kelly like this, Keqing quickly assured her. Wouldn't it be better to blow up Mu Yang's fish pond and then blow up half of Mu Yang's yard? What's there to panic about? Anyway, the other half of the house that was bombed was my own house. It happened that the two houses were bombed and China Unicom was bombed. That guy Mu Yang should be happy before it's too late. With that said, she took Kelly's little hand and entered the space channel. Hey, wait for me. Yayao, who knew she was wrong, hurriedly followed. Although it was to say good things for Kelly, she also deceived brother Shiyang. Yayao still feels guilty in her heart. Mu Yang fell into silence looking at the courtyard full of bomb traces. My own house. This is the first house I bought on the Teyvat continent. Although the entire Sky Island is his own and the castle tower is his wife's property, this is his first house. As a man, Mu Yang still cares about the first time. This is a kind of feeling. Master Mu Yang. Looking at Mu Yang with a gloomy face, and then at the room full of wanderers, Ayaka Kamisato showed a look that was hesitant to speak. If it's really inconvenient, they can go back to live on the Narukami. As Thor's vehicle, the decoration of the Narukami is naturally not much different. What's there to be angry about? I will arrange for someone to come over and repair it later. Keqing took Kelly's head and said, look, how scared Kelly was. Seeing Kelly's appearance, Mu Yang also felt a headache and rubbed his temples. You have to understand, Kelly is just a child, and if she knows how to blow up her family now, won't she want to blow up an entire city in the future? She had no idea what the power of her bomb was. Fortunately, your home is next door. If it were someone else's home, someone would be killed or blown up. What do you think you should do? This time, Keqing also fell silent, and she even felt like she was awakening. It seems that he was confused by Kelly's ability before. If it were in the past, if Kelly did such a thing, he should stand up and accuse him, and then teach him well, but why would he want to help Kelly hide it? Could it be because Kelly is so cute? Or is Kelly so useful that in his own eyes, flaws like Kelly are nothing at all? Brother Mu Yang, Kelly knows that she was wrong. Kelly will never drop bombs at home again. Please don't hit Kelly's mother. If you want to, just hit Kelly. Kelly looked at Mu Yang expectantly and prayed. Kelly, do you think I will beat your mother? Mu Yang looked at Kelly with a faint smile. Before I left, I told you not to play with bombs, right? What if someone is injured? Kelly blinked her big innocent eyes and said, but Kelly has never bombed a good person. Mu Yang was silent for a moment, even though Kelly liked to blast the city and report from the solitary room. The bomb hurts someone, and Qin comes to the door. Set fire to the mountain and Kelly will be finished. As her own survival rule, she has never killed a good person. After all, Kelly is the zodiac sign of the four-leaf clover, which represents luck. If luck has a name, it is Kelly. Therefore, even if Kelly gets into trouble, Kelly's luck is enough to avoid her guilt. Forget it, actually there are some problems on this side of the garden. It happens that my side also needs to be repaired. When the time comes, the houses on both sides will be opened. Let's make an overall plan. It won't take long to repair it. Seeing Kelly this, it seems that Keqing decided to stand up and speak for Kelly. Okay, I will settle this matter with your mother carefully in the future, and be more careful when doing things in the future. Mu Yang said softly, rubbing Kelly's head. Can you please stop bullying Kelly's mother? At this time, Keqing also understood why Kelly was so afraid of Mu Yang knowing about it. It turned out that Mu Yang was threatening Kelly with Kelly's mother. Is it really okay for you to threaten Kelly like this? Moreover, is this bullying serious? I don't know if she was influenced by the teachings of some old masters or the influence of being forced to read certain picture albums and novels by her parents. At this time, some special scenes also appeared in Keqing's mind. It depends on Kelly's subsequent performance. Seeing Kelly like this, Mu Yang also sighed lightly. It is really difficult to educate Kelly well. On the one hand, Kelly needs to be taught what to do and what not to do. On the other hand, Kelly needs to be allowed to truly grow up. Even Mu Yang feels that with a character like Kelly, even though she is very well behaved and obedient, she still has to get into trouble when it's time to get into trouble. Her intentions are good, but sometimes problems arise. That's great. Kelly will be obedient from now on and cooperate with Sister Keqing to explode. Kelly quickly promised Mu Yang. Please give me flowers. By the way, Ayaka, this Kelly is actually related to you. Her mother is Ms. Alice. Mu Yang seemed to have thought of something, and introduced to Kamisato Ayaka. Is she Ms. Alice's child? Kamisato Ayaka looked at Kelly carefully. Not to mention, she felt familiar before, but for a moment, she didn't remember who it was. But he didn't expect that the other party turned out to be Alice's child. At this time, Ayaka Kamisato had an urge in her heart to prevent Kelly from causing further trouble and let Yang bully Alice. After all, that woman is indeed a bit unbearable. Sister, do you know Kelly's mother? Kelly looked at Kamisato Ayaka curiously. Is this mom's friend? Ms. Alice came to Inajima before, and we had some contact. Thinking of Alice letting herself debut as an idol, Kamisato Ayaka didn't know how to complain. No matter how you look at me, I don't look like someone suitable to become an idol. Moreover, I heard that when Alice was an Ina wife before, she almost blew up Ina wife. I don't know why the general would tolerate such a person entering Ina wife. 00 Is sister my mother's friend? Sister Ayaka is a good person. Kelly glanced at Ayaka's conscience and directly identified Ayaka Kamisato. Mu Yang didn't know what to say when he saw this. In fact, Ayaka Kamisato still has great potential for development. She is still young, so Mu Yang feels that she can still help Ayaka Kamisato develop. We can be considered friends, Kelly is so cute. Kamisato Ayaka didn't know Kelly's evil intentions, so she said with a gentle face. Miss Alice, she is still a very nice person, but she may have some brain problems. Now that I have met Kelly, Kamisato Ayaka will not take out her anger on Kelly. Moreover, Kelly is really cute. It is hard for someone not to like such a little girl, right? At night, after some hesitation, Mu Yang teleported to Keqing's room. Well, this time, there was no coincidence that he met the other person taking a shower. Although it was a pity, Mu Yang didn't know how to explain it if he met again. After all, it can be done once or twice, but never again. Mu Yang himself didn't know why it happened every time when he ran to Keqing. However, looking at Keqing who was still reading books on the desk in her nightgown, Mu Yang also nodded slightly. She was indeed a Qing, even at night, she was still working hard. King Liu Wan, except for Gan Yu, no one can compare with you. It's so big, can it be accommodated? However, Keqing's next murmur also made Mu Yang curious. Is it possible to calculate the area? This is something I am good at. But when he walked in and saw what Keqing was looking at, he was shocked. Good guy, it turns out you are such a Qing. It's good not to work at night, it really requires a balance between work and rest. But you read the enlightenment pictures at night, did you make a mistake? Is this still you? Ah Qing. Please give me flowers, please give me monthly tickets, please give me automatic subscriptions, I love you all. Fan. Chapter 135. Looking at Keqing who was looking at the picture album cautiously and with a guilty conscience, Mu Yang did not disturb Keqing. He was curious about what Keqing would do next. This is very interesting. She didn't know how long she had been looking at it, but Keqing let out a long breath, and then hurriedly hid the album in. Just when she was about to turn off the lights and walk to the bed nervously, she saw that there was an extra person in her room. Man, this shocked her. After seeing that it was Mu Yang, Keqing first breathed a sigh of relief, then looked at Mu Yang warily and said, when did you come in? It's been a long time. I saw that you were learning knowledge, so I just watched from the sidelines. Mu Yang looked at Keqing. She has no stockings and no soul, but this high-end silk pajamas also has a different charm. I'm just taking a look and making a judgment. Yes, I am just criticizing. I didn't expect that such dirty things were circulating in Liu. I must find a chance to talk to the emperor and correct these bad habits. Keqing said righteously. However, no matter how you look at her guilty look, she doesn't have much confidence. These things have the meaning of existence. If there are no such things, How can ordinary people learn these things without anyone to teach them? This is for the development of Liu. If there is no population, how can we develop? Mu Yang said righteously. If Liu is asked to carry out a cultural crackdown because of Keqing's actions, will he also become a sinner? Moreover, in Mu Yang's view, it is impossible for a guy like Zhongli to ban these things. After all, these things are indeed very useful for Liu at present. At most, it would just embarrass Keqing. This. Keqing was a little confused. For a moment, she felt that what Mu Yang said made sense. These things, zipping, are indeed related to Liu's development. After all, the development of Liu requires population. The previous Liu port restricted population development, but Gai Liwen could not develop. However, after Gai Liwen developed later, a large number of people were needed. Otherwise, Liu port and Gai Liwen are destined to fail to develop, which is not what Keqing wants to see. So the population must be large. But what should we do? Is it possible that we have to arrange for people to go to the streets to distribute various pamphlets? But before Keqing could continue to think about it, she felt someone hugged her waist, and Mu Yang unexpectedly attacked her. She wanted to refuse, but she found helplessly that she seemed unable to refuse at all. Damn it, it must be the influence of those pictures, otherwise, I wouldn't be like this. Well, it must be the influence of those things. Holding Keqing in his arms, Mu Yang whispered, "Ah Qing, do you miss me?" "I miss you, you big-headed ghost." Keqing felt aggrieved instantly. Good guy, this guy still has the nerve to ask himself if he misses him? This guy and General Thunder were spending time under the moonlight in Dao's wife's happy thoughts about Liu. If Wendy hadn't called Mu Yang for help, I'm afraid Mu Yang wouldn't have returned to Liu so quickly. I miss my big-headed ghost. Mu Yang nodded with deep understanding. My immature and innocent Ah Qing, I'm afraid you don't know, this sentence has a different meaning if you modify it slightly. Still too young. However, facing the girl's grievance, Mu Yang also transformed into the most affectionate person in Teyvat at this moment. He looked at Keqing lovingly and said softly, "I miss you." "This guy, why are you saying this to make yourself blame for what you want?" But before Keqing could say anything, her mouth was blocked, and then she felt like crying again. How could this guy be so skilled? Where did he learn it? General Thunder and Lightning. And, BD, where are your hands? A hole. Early the next morning, in Keqing's room, Keqing looked at the BD and pig's hooves next to her with shame and anger. She knew that this guy had no good intentions and came to her side at night. "Come on, eat all your food in one go. This guy hasn't confessed to himself yet. Moreover, I didn't take the initiative. The other party took advantage of the fact that I had just finished reading the picture and my state had not recovered to sneak attack on me." Facing the angry Keqing, Mu Yang didn't take any advantage and still behaved. He knew that this cat was just being arrogant. In fact, he was quite proactive yesterday. "Now that we are all like this, why don't you tell me who you are? Are you really just a traveler from another world?" After losing her temper, Keqing felt a lot better, at least she didn't lose her face. Then asked Mu Yang. In fact, Keqing wanted to ask this question yesterday, but yesterday, both Mu Yang and Keqing were interested, so Keqing did not ask Mu Yang. "Me? Before I came to this world, I was indeed an ordinary time traveler. Apart from being a little handsome, I just studied casually and got admitted to a 985 university." Mu Yang mentioned the past things very of blandness. After all, compared with becoming the law of heaven, those things in Blue Star seem to be nothing. Keqing. Why is this guy so narcissistic? He must not let the other person know that he also thinks the other person is handsome. As for 985 university or something, Keqing couldn't understand it. He seemed to be very powerful. In other words, Mu Yang was very good at studying. Of course, Keqing wouldn't say much. After all, she was also a gifted child at the beginning, and later received the best education. Her studies were indeed very good. Otherwise, she would not have become Liu at this age. The Yuhang star. If you want to sit in this position, it's not possible if you don't have the ability. Family background is just a bonus at most. If these families act haphazardly, Emperor Yanwang will be the first to let them go. This shows how outstanding Keqing's abilities are. If she wants to become a 7-star at this age, she needs to pay more. As for after coming to Teyvat continent, I became the Heavenly Li and the controller of Teyvat continent. If the 7 rulers in the world are really counted, they are also my subordinates. Immediately afterwards, Mu Yang continued, of course, many of the 7 gods do not recognize me. So Emperor Yan Wang is also your subordinate. Keqing couldn't help but twitch the corner of her mouth. Although she had guessed that Mu Yang was special, she never expected that Mu Yang would be so kind. Theoretically, it is true. Mu Yang nodded slightly, but we usually get along pretty well, we can be considered friends. Then General Thunder and Lightning is actually your subordinate? Are you actually playing with the hidden rules? Then Keqing's expression became subtle again. She was actually very afraid of General Thunder and Lightning before. After all, he was Dao's wife's god of thunder. She didn't know if she would fight for a man with him, which would cause a dispute between Liu and Dao's wife. Fortunately, just like me, in fact, neither I nor General Thunder are equal to Mu Yang in terms of status. Everyone is the same. It seems that there is no need to worry about that general bullying me in the future. Where did all these messy things come from? Mu Yang knocked on Keqing's head wordlessly, but she felt guilty for a while. There seemed to be some feeling between herself and Lei Movie. What to do? It seems to be more interesting this way. Keqing covered her head in pain, and then continued to ask, is that Asmodeus a more powerful god than the Rock King and the others? She remembered the attitudes of Zhongli and Wendy when Asmodeus first joined the group. Obviously, the identity of the other party is likely to be higher than that of Feng Shen and Yunshan. Well, that is the maintainer of Tian Li. It was left behind by the predecessor Tian Li, but now it has become my dependent. Mu Yang did not hide it, but these things should not be exposed for the time being, even to people who are close to them. Is also like this. After all, those people from the Abyss cult have been trying to flood the entire world. If we let them know our weakness, the entire Teyvat will be in crisis. Keqing naturally understood what Mu Yang said later, and she had no intention of telling anyone else about it. After all, she knows Mu Yang's identity, but others don't. She knows that General Thunder and Lightning is the god of thunder. It's normal. 0.7 But Qin, Ning Guang and Eula don't know. So I won. By the way, there is also Barbara. When Mu Yang was in Mondstadt, Mu Yang and Barbara had a very good relationship, and Barbara was even with him throughout the whole process. With a character like Mu Yang, Keqing would never believe it if she said she had nothing to do with Barbara. However, she herself would not stop Mu Yang. On the one hand, I really can't control it. On the other hand, I seem to be a little too weak. If I continue like this, my whole person will be ruined. General Thunder and Lightning is worthy of being General Thunder and Lightning, at least not to what he can compare to now. The Abyss cult? We will also work hard to become stronger, and then we will deal with the Abyss together. Thinking of the records he had read in the history books, Keqing said firmly. Liu is not Mondstadt. No one even remembers history. There are even many people who like to study history. Keqing naturally knows that part of the past, and if the Abyss comes again, he will probably suffer heavy losses. No, we must improve our strength as soon as possible, and then popularize the basic internal skills throughout Liu. Chapter 136. Immortal cultivation techniques are destined to be unable to be popularized, and Keqing also knows this. She herself had practiced immortality, and her strength had been greatly improved, but the points she needed to consume were much larger than expected. There is a huge difference from the previous basic internal strength. However, the difficulty of cultivation has also increased by an unknown amount. It is understandable for Qing at this moment. After all, it is an immortal method. If everyone can learn it, then it will not be an immortal method. A world where everyone lives longer may not necessarily be a good world. Not to mention the Qi training chapter, even basic internal skills have gradually become popular among Qinyan army during this period. However, Keqing and the others also discovered that even basic internal skills have high requirements for practitioners. People with good bones will practice very quickly, while people with bad bones will not even be able to practice basic internal skills. Not everyone can practice basic internal skills. However, this is already very good. Keqing cannot ask everyone to become a strong person. Moreover, it is not enough to just popularize basic internal skills among the Qinyan army. It is better to practice this kind of thing from childhood. Of course, if Liu wants to practice basic internal skills now, he must also swear to the Yanshinyan king that he will not spread the basic internal skills. They all know that basic internal strength will inevitably be leaked. This may be in Liu, or it may be in Mondstadt and Daekai. Those guys from the Fools are all pervasive in every country. The number of spies of the Fools also exceeded everyone's expectations. Just like before, when Keqing and Ningguang were dealing with the traitors 12, they discovered many people hidden in Liu officials who had been infiltrated by the Fools. Facing these guys, no matter Keqing or Ningguang, it is impossible for them to hold back at all. Those guys have betrayed Liu. Although they also know that their basic internal strength will leak sooner or later, they can still delay it a little bit, and they still want to maintain a certain degree of lead over their neighboring countries. Of course, Keqing and the others are even more eager to become stronger. Keqing and Ningguang thought that they had joined the chat group earlier than Qin and the others, but now their strength was overtaken by Qin and Dailuk, which made them somewhat unwilling. Ningguang's side is a little better, his pursuit of strength is far less high than Keqing's, but it's different for Keqing. She would go to Gailaiwan almost every day, not only to plan a new Gailaiwan, but also to destroy those monsters or purify some demons and gods. If Kelly didn't live in Liu now and she needed to take care of Kelly, she might even live in Gailaiwan. Wangshu Chongzhan is actually very good. Keqing herself doesn't have very high requirements for these. As long as she can become stronger and improve her efficiency, she doesn't mind staying in an inn for a period of time. Moreover, Wangshu in itself is Ningguang's property. As long as Keqing wants to, she can get a house for herself temporarily and renovate it when the time comes. It's a pity that there are no cars in this world. Keqing also heard Mu Yang talk about some situations in his world, such as cars, trains, airplanes, etc. Keqing also yearned for them endlessly. If they had these things in Liu, wouldn't the merchants and wealth from all over the world gather more from the Teyvat continent? Well, I believe you can do it. Mu Yang stroked Keqing's head and whispered softly, there is no need to force yourself too much, a balance between work and rest is still very important. Moreover, the foundation building chapter may not appear for a while, after all, I have to go to Mondstadt later. Is Mondstadt's matter serious? Keqing frowned. Keqing was not very clear about some of Mondstadt's legends, but she knew that it was no small matter to think that these things could make Barbatos, the god of wind, care so much. I don't know, but that guy can't let me go there for no reason. Mu Yang spread his hands, besides, I may be busy for a while in the future. There may even be a trip to Sumeru. Sumi? Although I didn't know what you wanted to do before, you asked about Sumi's situation, so during this period, I have been helping you pay attention to Sumi's situation. Judging from the news coming back from Sumeru, the situation there is not very good. Although the situation is better than that of Mond and Inajima before, it is not much better. After all, Sumi's security relies on the Gilded Brigade. They don't have a regular army like us, but the fools took action. Keqing reminded Yang in a serious tone. Are there many fools? Mu Yang also narrowed his eyes and became thoughtful after hearing this. There is no doubt about the combat power of the fools. It is not only the strength of the 11 executive officers, but also related to the strength of the ordinary fools. Even Mu Yang had to admit that the strength of the soldiers of the ordinary fools was even higher than that of the Qunyan army. After all, the doctor used all kinds of weird experiments on the fools, and with the help of various equipment, Kenrya technology and evil eyes, the soldiers of the fools were really powerful. This is also the main reason why Keqing wants to find another way to improve the combat power of Qunyan army. Well, it is rumored that there are at least 3,000 fools stationed in Sumi. I don't know how the teaching council negotiated with the fools. Speaking of this, Keqing also frowned. After all, in her opinion, there is almost no difference between the behavior of the order and the humiliation of the country. Even the defense power of his own country can be handed over. In Keqing's opinion, Sumi can't be saved. Oh, by the way, Mu Yang also said before that those guys from the teaching council also imprisoned their own gods. Although Keqing didn't know how humans imprisoned gods, she really couldn't approve of such behavior. More than 3,000 fools. Mu Yang raised his eyebrows. Currently, the number of Qunyan army in Liu port seems to be only about 10,000, right? No. The Qunyan army in Liu port usually only has about 3,000 to 5,000 people. Most of the Qunyan army are actually stationed at various intersections and are responsible for maintaining security in various areas. Keqing said to Mu Yang didn't hide it either, the number of Qunyan army is usually maintained at around 50,000 people. This number is actually relatively high among the number of troops normally maintained by the 7 countries. Mu Yang also nodded slightly when he heard this. According to his understanding, Inazuma's shogunate army had almost maintained a number of 20,000 to 30,000 before. After all, Aina wife herself is also very chaotic. Monsters from the earth's veins, sea chaos ghosts, etc. are all big problems for Aina wife. The number of the Knights of the Westwind in Mondstadt was not large before. This was because the main force of the Knights of the Westwind had already gone on an expedition and many people had died in the battle before. Generally speaking, the continent of Teyvat is actually different from the Genshin Impact game. It is impossible for there to be as few people as there are in the game. These are the 7 real countries. 3,000 fools are enough to knock down Sumi. Mu Yang then sighed with emotion. If King Desisha knew these things, he would be eager to demolish the teaching institute directly. In Sumi's case, it is indeed possible. After all, their security relies largely on the Gilded Brigade. And the Gilded Brigade is unreliable. At least in my opinion, most of the Gilded Brigade are unreliable. Keqing said with a serious look, and the contradiction between the rainforest and the desert in Sumeru is also very huge. Before, I could barely maintain a delicate balance. After all, there are gods in the rainforest, but not in the desert. And no one can unite the people of the desert. But after the fools joined in, the people of the desert began to make a lot of noise. They believed that the people of the rainforest had lost their blood. Moreover, under such circumstances, the grass god did not appear. They thought that the people of the rainforest had lost their blood. The people have also been abandoned by the grass god. Bayer is really pathetic. Mu Yang could think of the people in Sumi who were questioning her at this time. Indeed, as a grass god, they can understand it more or less if they don't show up at ordinary times, but if they don't show up at this time, is this really a grass god? It can be said that Nahida has really suffered a terrible disaster, and she seems to have no way to change, at least she herself does not have the ability to change. I didn't expect that the fools would do so many things in Sumi without saying a word. It seems that I need to make a trip to Sumi as soon as possible. Mu Yang made a decision quickly. As for Sumi's situation, it was no longer Ying and Paimon's turn to correct the chaos. This time, they really had to take action themselves. Need our help? You should still want to hide your identity, right? Keqing asked quickly. It's not necessary. My strength has improved a lot compared to before. There are some things I just didn't want to do before. It's not that it can't be exposed at all now. At worst, Asmid can just take action. Mu Yang shook his head slightly. Of course, what Mu Yang wants to see most is to let Nahida solve the problem by herself. Just like with Inazuma, he let Lei Qianqian solve the problem by herself, and of course he also gave her the ability to solve the problem. If possible, Mu Yang also hopes that Nahida can do it by herself. This little grass god is still very capable, but she just has no confidence and low self-esteem, and may be lacking in combat power. However, this is not a problem, Mu Yang can complete it. Chapter 137. Wendy, at Mu Yang, please help. Mondstadt is starting to cool down. Mu Yang, cool down? Is it Wolf King Andreas? Wendy, Andreas has fallen, leaving only its lonely soul, but this time I feel that it may be in trouble. I hope you can help me. Zhongli, with your ability, if they want to take action against Andreas, you should be able to know it as soon as possible, right? Wendy, hey, mainly I want to see what they are going to do. The Abyss Order's ability is indeed powerful. Although they have controlled Andreas, they still prepared a corresponding body for him. Lay movie, many of the Abyss Order's technologies seem to be of the same lineage as Ken Raya. It is difficult to create a demon-level body. This is true even with the wolf soul of Andreas. Obviously, Lei Movie has already studied this kind of thing, and she has thoroughly understood those techniques. If it were really possible to create a body comparable to that of a demon at will, then Raiden Movie would have already created a body for General Raiden. Although the strength of the skirmishers is good, there is still a big gap between them and the demon god. Mu Yang, it seems that your plan may have some problems. Wendy, actually, this is very good. If Andreas can be resurrected, even if he is not as strong as before, it will be a good thing. Moreover, doesn't it still have points? I don't know if the points can help improve its body and become the most suitable state for Andreas. Mu Yang, you are really a clever ghost. If you want to make this body yourself, resurrect Andreas, and then use points to improve Andreas' body to increase his strength, I will not support it. But if you are using the Abyss cult for free prostitution, I actually support it, but I am worried that you are playing too big a game. Wendy, hey, so you guys are required to raid the formation, right? Moreover, aren't there travelers? I believe that the Abyss Order will not make things difficult for us. In Keqing's boudoir, Mu Yang, who was playing with Keqing's heart, also focused on the chat group at this time. Regarding Wendy's plan, Mu Yang more or less guessed it. This guy wants to resurrect Andreas with the help of the Abyss Order. Now Andreas only has the wolf soul left, and usually he can only protect the running wolf territory for a while, but if Andreas can be given a body, then Mondstadt's combat power can also be improved. Even in Mu Yang's opinion, Wendy might want to completely resurrect Andreas. After all, Andreas still has hope of resurrection. As long as Wendy has enough points, it can indeed help Andreas recover. Mu Yang made some estimates and found that this could indeed help Andreas recover, but it would also require a lot of points. But it is still possible to get a 10% or 20% discount. Mu Yang doesn't know the specific situation. He also needs to see if the body prepared by the Abyss religion for Andreas is suitable for Andreas. This discount is actually quite a lot. Of course, if there is a problem with that body, Wendy may need to spend more points. However, in Wendy's case, it doesn't seem like she is lacking points. Mu Yang still knows something about the points scores of several group members. Among all the group members, Morix has the most points, and is considered the number one wage earner in the group by Mu Yang. Since joining the group until now, Morix has provided at least millions of points to Mu Yang. If it weren't for his points, which are still retained now, if the wear and tear problem of Ruajuo Dragon King needs to be solved in the future, the wear and tear problem of Morix can also be solved to some extent. Next is Wendy. This guy, even though he is usually not in good shape, actually the number of points he earns is not much less than Morix. Even for a long time, Wendy's points surpassed Morix's. Back then, Wendy wiped out nearly 50% of the monsters in Mondstadt, allowing him to gain the points of moving too. Moreover, the Abyss cult also tried to contaminate Wendy through the Seven Heavens statue. These are all Wendy's points. However, Wendy spent a lot of points, and many of them were used by Wendy to solve the problem of wear and tear. The wear and tear problem on Wendy's body is now very small. Mu Yang even estimated that he might be except for Nahida and Funina, the least worn god. In addition, Wendy also improved his divine power. Previously, Wendy used Jianfeng to maintain the climate of Mondstadt, which consumed a lot of his divine power, but his power has not changed much. The key is still the issue of divine power. Of course, if he uses the power of God's heart or takes back the 1000-year great movement, his strength can be restored. It's just that Wendy doesn't want to use these methods. Now that he has points, it is also a good method for Wendy. He has recovered a lot of divine power now, and the power he can usually exert is much better than when Mu Yang first met him. It's much more expensive to go to Wendy's. However, it is obviously impossible to ask Wendy, a guy like him, to destroy monsters and purify the aura of the Abyss every day. Some time ago, he was surpassed by Zhongli again. Does that traveler have a special status? Keqing asked Mu Yang lazily while lying in Mu Yang's arms. When they faced Teyvat before, Wendy and Mu Yang seemed to be using the travelers to deal with Teyvat, or at least using each other as a cover. It was obvious that they all had to solve the problem of Teyvat's poisonous blood contamination at that time. But they were forced to wait for the travelers, and now Wendy said this again. Even if Keqing's mind was not on the chat group, she was even more distracted in her heart, and asked Mu Yang this question. As for the traveler, she also comes from outside the world, and her brother is the prince of the Abyss Order. Her brother wanted to take her away after causing a lot of trouble during the Canria War 500 years ago, but was stopped by Asmodeus. Ying has been sealed until now and has just been released recently, and his brother has become the prince of the Abyss religion to seek revenge on heaven. Now that the continent of Teyvat is facing the crisis of the Abyss, 1/3 of the responsibility belongs to her brother, who caused the Abyss. When Mu Yang mentioned Ying, his face became serious. However, Ying is still very good. If she can stand on our side, there will be another 7 god-level assistance in the future. Although Ying's combat power fluctuates, Mu Yang is still very optimistic about her. When he was in Mondstadt, Mu Yang could tell that with the power of the wind element, excellent swordsmanship, and a powerful body, HG is definitely the strongest among the 10 holders of the Eye of God. It's probably about the same as Keqing before cheating. After activating 2 elemental powers, Yinja will have slightly stronger strength than Dadalia, and 3 elemental powers can defeat the lady. Ying, who has 4 elemental powers, is actually not very weak. Although Ying in the 4.0 period was either in a coma or on the way to coma, which was a bit embarrassing. When he was in Sumi City, he was also in trouble when facing some helpless people. Dreaming about the world tree, lying down, meeting the doctor, lying down directly, and various comas, simply not giving the slightest chance to shine. But when fighting against skirmishers, Ying actually acted as the main force. During this period, Ying's strength did not reach the level of a demon. After all, the doctor said that his method of causing people to stun would have no effect on demon-level people. It had no effect on Nahida, but Ying fell asleep directly. It can be seen from this that she has not yet reached the level of a demon, but she must have reached the level of an immortal. If the edgeless sword hadn't been too weak, the skirmisher's false demonic strength might really have been killed. If possible, you can also send some invitations to Ying after she comes to Liu. After thinking about it, Mu Yang suggested to Keqing again. What invitation? Keqing was also a little confused. She feels that travelers are very dangerous. Although what her brother did was not what she did, if such a guy was left in Liu, it would be a hidden danger for Liu's arrogance. If her brother comes looking for her sister, won't Liu, Li Xiaohao, become the main target of the Abyss cult? This is something Liu cannot bear. Even if she can bear it, it will take some time. She knew that Emperor Yanwang was considering unsealing Dragon King Ruo Tuo. It was rumored that Dragon King Nahida had a combat power that was not inferior to Emperor Yanwang. By then, with Emperor Yanwang and Dragon King Ruo Tuo, a group of immortals, and Mu Yang, there is no need to worry even if the Abyss cult invades in large numbers. For example, if you ask her to do a task or something, as long as Mora gives enough, benefits enough, and a reasonable task, she will not refuse it. Mu Yang then continued to add, essentially, she is a very helpful person. Keqing said that she had really learned a lot. The sister of the Prince of the Abyss Order would be a helpful person. If such a thing were told, no one would believe it. After all, to the vast majority of people on the continent of Teyvat, the Abyss cult is a heinous BD. How could someone who could become a high-ranking member of the Abyss religion be a good voice? But invite that traveler? Soon, Keqing understood what Mu Yang meant. Some tasks for the Abyss cult could be handed over to Ying. Chapter 138. I found that when I am with you, I might become bad. Keqing said to Mu Yang with a strange expression. This can be regarded as an exchange in disguise. Logically speaking, Kong's behavior must be punished by death, right? Mu Yang chuckled. Thinking of some records about Kong, it seems that this guy helped Lanero 500 years ago. He also took action during that disaster. Kong also helped Sumi solve many problems at that time. Trouble. It seems that from all aspects, Sora seems to be a good person, but in this time period, no matter how you look at it, Sora is a supervillain, the type who can use any means to fight against the laws of nature. This guy is already possessed. The people in the Abyss are Teyvat's natural enemies. In Mu Yang's view, these people are absolutely unforgivable. If the Ice God wants to resist the law of heaven, Mu Yang can be somewhat understanding. After all, she is doing it for the entire human race in Teyvat. She is not doing it to become the new law of heaven. She is even ready to fall, and even let the entire world. All the people in the Winter Kingdom died for this. Zhongli and Wendy all recognized Ice God's plan, at least secretly acquiescing to Ice God's behavior. It can be seen that there seems to be no problem with the Ice God's matter, but their plans cannot keep up with the changes. Who could have imagined that the will of heaven would fall, and then someone like Mu Yang would appear? But it is impossible for Mu Yang to accept people who have fallen into the abyss, even the people of Teyvat continent. When the time comes, are you going to spare the life of the traveler's brother? Keqing frowned. She didn't know what the traveler's brother had done, but since he was the prince of the Abyss Order, he must also be a heinous person. How can you forgive the other person's crimes just to win over a traveler? 967 Some people are alive, but they are dead, but some people are dead but still alive. Do you think it is better to live in a life that is not as painful as death, or to die 100 times and only your relatives will feel the pain of his death? Mu Yang asked Keqing. Keqing immediately fell into silence after hearing the words. These two options were not so easy to choose. However, if it is torture, it will definitely be a pain that is worse than death. But is this possible? He is the prince of the Abyss Order, and, as Mu Yang vaguely mentioned before, the opponent is at least at the level of 7 gods. Such a character cannot be dealt with simply. If the 7 gods were really that easy to deal with, they would not become the top combat force in the Teyvat continent. Moreover, there is the entire Abyss cult behind him. In my opinion, if Ying can be used to fight against the Abyss cult, it is not impossible to leave a way for Sora to survive, but by then, Sora may be worse off than dead. Moreover, Ying needs this time to make up for what Sora has done to the world. The other party is also an immortal species, so there is no need to worry that the other party will not be able to make up for those mistakes because of insufficient lifespan. Looking at his sister, in order for his sister to do things to make up for the world, it will take hundreds, thousands, or even tens of thousands of years, if Kong really cares about such a sister. How do you think Kong will feel? Mu Yang spoke with a deep look. Keqing also directly remained silent, letting her sister pay for her fault. This was indeed painful. Of course, there are also some brothers and sisters who appear to be brothers and sisters, but in fact their relationship is not much better. For that kind of brother, no matter how much his sister does for him, they will remain indifferent. But there are also some brothers and sisters who have a deep love for each other. In that case, life is worse than death, and they may even be in pain for the rest of their lives. That Kong will probably hate Mu Yang to death when the time comes, right? Of course, Mu Yang had different thoughts. If he really wanted to make the other party feel pain, what else could make him feel pain by asking his sister to give birth to a fat son for his enemy? Ahem, of course, Mu Yang will not tell Keqing what he thinks, at least not for the time being. Mu Yang is the most affectionate person in Teyvat, and there is absolutely no way that she will eat and drink her and refuse to admit it. It's just Qing. You can't possibly blame me for going to Chinmuchu, right? It's just that your combat effectiveness is too low. If I hadn't kept my hand, you would have been a bloody mess by this time. After all, the physiques between humans and gods are different. I will observe the traveler then. Keqing said in a serious tone, if there is a task against the Abyss Order, I will give him priority. At the same time, she also began to think about it. Is there anything about Liu and the Abyss cult? The power of the Abyss is not particularly developed in Liu. After all, with the Rock King in charge, it would be difficult for the Abyss cult to penetrate Liu. In this regard, I don't know how much better it is than Mondstadt. Keqing is also proud of this, and he deserves to be their Rock King Emperor. In the entire Liu, the only place currently related to the Abyss seems to be the layer Rock Abyss. However, the Strata Abyss is not something they can enter just because they want to. It was not that Keqing had never wanted to explore the situation in the layer Rock Abyss before, but was rejected by the Rock King Emperor. In the words of the Rock King Emperor, the situation in the layer Rock Abyss was beyond their reach. It seems that the filth inside is indeed related to the power of the Abyss. At the same time, she also got information that Emperor Yanwang and Grandma Ping often like to go to the layered Rock Abyss to collect points. Moreover, judging from their appearance, it seems that there is a lot of points over there, and the power of the Abyss, BCFB, is still flowing. Of course, Keqing would not think that the reason why the Rock King Emperor did not let them go down to the Yanju Abyss was because he wanted to use it as their own point reserve. The Rock King Emperor is not that kind of god, but because the Rock Abyss is too dangerous, it is not suitable for them to go there to earn points. However, you can pay more attention to the affairs of the Abyss religion in the future. In Mondstadt, inside the Angel's Gift, Wendy was sitting in a seat happily drinking dandelion wine. In front of him, she looked helplessly at his piano and I look. Their wind god, do you say great, is indeed very great, especially after knowing that this wind god does not care about Mondstadt, but uses his divine power to maintain Mondstadt's climate. They also recognize and respect this person in their hearts. A wind god who usually has no formal form. It's just that this guy, they have already come to the door, but he is still drinking. Isn't it a little too much? Especially Diluc, at this time, he began to wonder if he was too kind to this guy and wanted to stop drinking for a while. Although Barbados' points are very good, sometimes this guy really makes people feel dissatisfied. Lord Barbados, now that the temperature in the Benlang territory has dropped to -20 degrees Celsius, shouldn't we just ignore it? Although they knew that this matter also had Barbados calculations. But that temperature has already affected Mondstadt. Although Benlang territory is some distance away from where residents live, few people usually go to Benlang territory because there are too many wolves there. Ordinary people would not go there even if they were hunting. But now the situation there has more or less affected the surrounding environment, that is, the temperature in the surrounding towns has dropped to below zero. This is what gives Qin the most headache. Not long after the Teyvat incident ended, and now the Andreas incident has occurred, Mondstadt is really in trouble. But why do the people of the Abyss Order keep an eye on them, Mondstadt? Hey, I feel that their main purpose is not to pull Andreas, but to allow me to continue fighting. Seemingly sensing Qin's emotions, Wendy also explained, after all, Andreas, even if he is resurrected, the most it can do is give the Abyss cult one more warrior with combat power comparable to that of the demon god. I heard that Andreas challenged the brutal Tyarapian, but was unable to damage the Gale Tower at all. Its strength should not be as good as that of the tornado demon god Diacalapian. To the Abyss Order, his value is definitely not as good as yours. But have you considered that if you don't fall into the Abyss for a long time, they may be suspicious? Diluc reminded in a deep voice at this time. Isn't there another traveler here? I have entrusted her to go to the Running Wolf territory to investigate Andreas's affairs. In return, she will receive information about the Rock King Emperor. Wendy said with a smile. This moment left Diluc and Qin speechless. Is it really okay for you to do this? They also roughly guessed in the chat group that Mr. Zhongli was the Rock King of Liu. After all, there is no one else besides the rock god Morix who can make Wendy call him grandpa. As for those immortals, some may be older than Wendy, but they are not qualified to be called old men. As a result, Wendy is going to directly sell the information about the Rock King to the travelers. Aren't you afraid of being beaten by the Rock King? Even though they have great confidence in Wendy, this guy's magical power is not all about maintaining the climate of Mondstadt. He is not at his peak state at all. Of course, what they don't know is that even at his peak, Barbatos is no match for Morix. Chapter 139. It seems that their Lord Barbatos still respects Morix very much. Even sometimes, Lord Barbatos seems to be worried that he will be beaten away by Morix, but what is going on now? Seeking death? Or do you dance back and forth on the verge of death? Have you ever told the King of Rocks next door to do this? Qin and Diluc looked at each other, feeling helpless for a while. At this time, it seems that they can only hope that Emperor Yanwang can be gentler when the time comes, so as not to destroy the god. But now Lazy has come to Mondstadt to ask for help. Qin rubbed her temples and said. Yura also discovered a large number of beastland hounds near the Running Wolf territory. When mentioning the beastland hounds, Diluc was also ready to move. Since he started cultivating immortals, his points have become less and less used, but there are not as many monsters as before. At this time, Diluc really misses the problem of the temple guarded by the Four Winds. When solved. Although the Earth's veins are still in disorder, Wendy said that the entire Teyvat continent is like this, and this situation may last for a long time. Monsters appear much more frequently than before, and Diluc will often take action to deal with those monsters, but the efficiency is really low because he often has to look for monsters. But there is nothing he can do. He can't let the temple guarded by the Four Winds continue to have problems, right? Now that he knew there was a problem with the Benlang leader, Diluc was still very excited. Maybe this time, I can earn a lot of points. Nowadays, Diluc is very confident in his own strength. Even if he meets that lady, he can defeat her. I just don't know how far behind I am compared to those guys who are among the best among the fools. Especially that drive guy. As for how many people would die in the Running Wolf territory, Diluc didn't care. He protects Mondstadt and the people of Mondstadt, but does not protect those animals, even though the wolves of the wolf leader do not usually harm humans. But Diluc really didn't care how many casualties they had. Beastland Hound. Wendy nodded slightly. This does require vigilance. Maybe this time there will be a Golden King beast similar to the previous one. Then you need to be more vigilant. Golden King beast. A hint of smile appeared on Diluc's lips. He is quite interested in the Golden King beast. When the Golden King beast appeared before, he dealt with the abyss monsters in the Lawrence family. He also dealt with a lot of monsters and got a lot of points. But if you can kill the Golden King beast, you will probably get more points. I don't know why Diluc feels that he seems to be very restrained against this Golden King beast. Before Abedo left, he also gave me some information about the Golden King beast. Qin said seriously, according to his information, the Golden King beast is a creation of gold. Moreover, after the destruction of Camria, Golden Riandot also produced many Golden King beasts. The strength of these Golden King beasts may be strong or weak. According to the intelligence, if they are powerful Golden King beasts, their strength may be comparable to the powerful immortals in Liu. Of course, those weak Golden King beasts can also be defeated by us at will. The most important thing is that the Golden King beast is not a creature without intelligence at all. They have strong reproductive capabilities. Is that Riandot crazy? There's no need to study this. Even though the Golden King beast could bring them a lot of points, at this time, Diluc still cursed. He very much doubted that Riandot was a lunatic with a deep brain, or the kind who wanted to destroy the entire Teyvat. Wendy's eyes also became deeper. He also knew about Golden Riandot, the original members of the Witches' Association, and those guys came to challenge him. Of course, as a weak and pitiful wind god, he would naturally not be able to fight with these powerful witches. At that time, Riandot was still a bright and positive girl, but she never thought that she would fall into the abyss and become one of the culprits who harmed Teyvat. Much of that disaster was caused by Riandot. Touching forbidden knowledge and studying powers that should not belong to this world will really kill people. Now the entire Teyvat continent has been implicated because of Riandot's actions. Sometimes, Wendy would also think that if she had accepted Riandot's challenge at that time, defeated them, or even killed Riandot and the others. Will Teyvat not become like this? Immediately afterwards, Wendy shook her head again, killing strangers, which was not in line with his character, and Riandot did nothing wrong at the time. They are just curious and playful, and they are not treacherous or evil people. Maybe they have some problems with their characters, but they are not bad people. For example, Kelly's mother Alice did a lot of things and blew up the Wind Dragon ruins into Wind Dragon ruins. But at the critical moment, Alice still works great. As if to make up for the crimes committed by Riandot, Alice has been wandering around the border of Teyvat these years. At least Alice herself still has some merit for Teyvat. It's just the Golden Riandot. Thinking of Mu Yang's character, when she meets Riandot in the future, this witch will probably die. Mu Yang seemed to have no reason to let the other side go, and no one could make up for the trouble Riandot caused to Teyvat. Not to mention Mu Yang, I am afraid that if I see Riandot again, I will kill him. During that time, after falling into the abyss, she indeed became a real lunatic, a hidden danger that endangers the entire continent of Teyvat. At that time, you should pay more attention. Whether it is the Golden King Beast or the Beast Realm Hound, they are both powerful combat forces in the abyss. At this time, Wendy also warned the two of them, and if they are not dealt with as soon as possible, don't eradicate them by their roots. They will also cause damage to the local environment and even pollute the earth with the power of the abyss. So we must eradicate these monsters. When she said this, Jean didn't show the slightest mercy. She is indeed very talkative and tries her best to show her gentle side, but if someone or some creature would harm Mondstadt, then they would be her unrelenting enemy. Please give me flowers. In addition, cultivating immortals is really good. Since I became an immortal, the workload that troubled me before has become much easier. Moreover, I don't seem to get tired as easily as before. In the past, she had to work up to 16 hours a day before taking a break. If she continued to work, her body might be exhausted. But now, the situation has become different. At least Jean thinks that even if she stays awake for a period of time occasionally, there seems to be no problem. My physical condition is much better than before. Although her strength had improved a lot when she cultivated her inner strength before, her so-called life level had not changed. She was still a human being. But after starting to cultivate immortality, the situation also changed dramatically. Well, I'll leave it to you then. Wendy didn't refuse after hearing this. This is what she should do. He can allow the people of the Abyss Order to pollute himself with the power of the Abyss, but he cannot allow anyone to destroy Mondstadt. The Beast Landhound and the Golden King Beast must be eliminated. You are all here. Suddenly two figures appeared not far from them. It was Mu Yang who teleported here with Kelly. Here it comes. Wendy took out a bottle of dandelion wine, borrowed flowers and handed it to Mu Yang, saying, "It's earlier than I expected. I plan to go to Benlang Leader tomorrow, and I'll call you over then." Mu Yang took the dandelion wine, opened it and took a sip. It tasted pretty good, and then he said, "Didn't you call me here? Moreover, I have a hunch that something interesting will happen next." Wendy's eyes flickered slightly. Strong people have special intuition. And the person who said this is Mu Yang, Tian Li, so something special is likely to happen this time. In other words, something special will definitely happen this time. However, after thinking about it, Wendy was no longer afraid. When the last resort is really necessary, it is time to start a war. There is indeed a huge gap between Mu Yang's strength and fondness, but the maintainer of the law of heaven has been awakened, and he can barely support the current situation, and can even pretend to be a tiger. As for Mu Yang's strength, he should be able to improve it by directly asking for the heart of God. I just don't know why Mu Yang didn't directly recover the heart of God. Thinking about it, Mu Yang must have deep meaning in doing this. We'll go there tomorrow. Mu Yang spread his hands and didn't refuse. Kelly, how was your stay in Liu? Did you get into any trouble? Jean held Kelly in her arms. She hadn't seen Kelly for a while and missed her. Although you can get information about Kelly from Keqing every day, is it true that Kelly works hard every day and is well behaved? Even Jean would sometimes fall into deep thought. Was it because he had gone too far with Kelly in the past, or was Keqing good at teaching children? When the Golden King Beast appeared on the 12th floor of the Abyss some time ago, many people may have noticed that Dailuk was the main character who could best restrain the Golden King Beast. He could hit him directly and get full damage. 7. Chapter 140. Kelly is pretty good. Mu Yang glanced at Kelly, who was a little panicked, and spoke for Kelly. After all, in order to get Mu Yang to say good things to Kelly, Keqing paid a lot of money, and used a lot of the moves in those books and pictures. There is no way, for the construction of Liu, Keqing can be regarded as throwing her life and blood. If Mu Yang had not cherished her, considering her injury, more knowledge might have been unlocked. Kelly is so important to the construction of Liu. This allows Keqing to sacrifice a lot of bottom line for Kelly. Is that so? Jean looked at the embarrassed Kelly with some suspicion, and then put the matter behind her. Kelly finally came back, so she shouldn't discipline Kelly too much. During this time, she still missed Kelly. Forget it, Kelly must continue to listen to your brother Mu Yang from now on. Jean rubbed Kelly's head, took out a bottle of milk from her god's eye and handed it to Kelly. Seeing this scene, Mu Yang's eyes moved slightly. Jean still missed Kelly very much. Knowing that she would see Kelly, she specially brought Kelly's favorite milk. Maybe for Jean, there is no difference between Kelly and her biological sister, right? 7:13 Since you have decided to go to the Running Wolf territory tomorrow, I will go there to investigate today. At this time, Dailuk volunteered. Although he was a little embarrassed last time when he volunteered, things are different now. Is it possible that he will be embarrassed this time? Moreover, this time I went to Lord Benlang mainly to check whether other forces besides the Abyss Order were involved. Those guys from the Fools are not honest at all recently. The number of fools in Mondstadt City has doubled recently. According to Dailuk's investigation, the number of fools currently sneaking into Mondstadt may exceed 1,000. This number is a very dangerous number for Mondstadt now. After all, the main expedition of the Westwind Knights, and the stationed Westwind Knights suffered considerable losses due to the previous battle. If it weren't for the fact that Jean and Eula's strength had improved a lot due to the relationship in the chat group, they might have been overpowered. They seemed to be looking for something, and it was probably Barbados. But looking at Wendy, she didn't seem to care, and Dailuk was quick to take care of it. Normally, although these fools are difficult to deal with, as long as he is given time, he can solve them alone. Even if there is a fool among the executives, Dailuk still has the confidence to face it. The evil eye is a good thing. Dailuk is very greedy for these things. This time, the Abyss cult made such a big fuss that even Andreas might be resurrected. Dailuk didn't think that the fools who were eyeing the Wind God would really not pay attention to this matter. It is very likely that they will use this matter to take action against Mondstadt. This is what Dailuk needs to solve now. There are some things that Jean and the Knights of the Westwind are not suitable to take action on. Now is the time for him, an enthusiastic citizen and good neighbor in the eyes of Mondstadt, to take action. Dailuk was not interested in the nickname of the Night Hero, and felt that the name was inferior, but he was still willing to silently protect Mondstadt. Then I'll trouble you, Senior. Jean naturally understood what Dailuk was going to do and said gratefully. The original investigation of the fools was also within the scope of Jean's business. After all, the fools were not very honest in Mondstadt. The opponent's target is also very likely to be Lord Barbados. Although Lord Barbados himself may not care about such things, believers like them can't really ignore it. After Dailuk left and Kelly was taken by Jean to eat food, Mu Yang asked Wendy, how's it going over there, madam? She is still determined to find my whereabouts. I have obviously been avoiding her. When mentioning this matter, Wendy felt helpless for a while. For the lady, she does feel guilty and wants to make amends and be grateful to the other party. However, Mu Yang had already left the lady alive last time, so there seemed to be no need to continue to feel guilty towards the other party. After all, according to Mu Yang's words, he did not kill the lady for the sake of his own face. As a superior, Wendy feels that Mu Yang is much better than Fanes. At least he is very considerate of his subordinates. If it were Fanes, he wouldn't be as considerate as Mu Yang. Of course, if Fane was still here, Fane himself would not pay attention to such a trivial matter. But even though she had avoided Rosalyn, the woman still wanted to find her, and Wendy was a little helpless. Many times she even took the wine from Angel's gift and went to other places to drink alone. But like this, there is no drinking atmosphere. This day is really sad. It's really a bit shady. Mu Yang said pointedly. Wendy was a little silent. The lady was indeed a little ungrateful, but what on earth was the ice god thinking? Now that the maintainers of heavenly principles have appeared, they are also arranging for fools to come to Mondstadt on a large scale. Is this provoking yourself? Or are you testing your own attitude? Maybe it has something to do with Ice God's intention to test my attitude. After thinking for a moment, Wendy also said, after all, I planned to acquiesce to Ice God's behavior before. After all, God's heart is of no use to me, and I also want to see what human beings can achieve without the constraints of heaven. The actions of the past were indeed to protect the world, but for the continent of Teyvat, is it not a high tower? Mu Yang also nodded when he heard this and said, indeed, although you are protecting the world, you are also restraining the world. As far as the situation on the Teyvat continent is concerned, it is also a slow death. It's just the length of time. Actually, at that time, we didn't know that things had reached such an urgent stage now, and we didn't know that the impact of the abyss on the world would be so great. Then, Wendy continued, if it hadn't been 500 years the war before. Including the 7 gods, they only knew that the abyss was a force that we were not allowed to touch, but they did not know that the threat it posed to the Teyvat continent would be so great. We even thought that as long as we survived that disaster, we would temporarily solve the dilemma of the abyss, but in the end we took it too much for granted. Isn't it right? You should have known about the power of the abyss for a long time, but no one cared about it before, right? Mu Yang immediately noticed something was wrong after hearing this and reminded him immediately. No, the 7 gods, including me, didn't know how harmful the power of the abyss was 500 years ago. Wendy shook her head repeatedly, it seems that I don't need to hide this from you. Mu Yang also fell into thinking after hearing this. Didn't the abyss threaten the Teyvat continent before? But according to the games I have played, the abyss should have begun to descend on Jet City 500 years ago. But as the god of wind, Barbatos didn't know. Is it hidden? Mu Yang also had a flash of understanding in his heart. The memories of the 7 gods were not real. Even their memories could be modified. For example, World Tree. If it is through the World Tree that no one knows about the abyss, then everything can be explained away. This thing is really dangerous. It seems that the management of World Tree will be stricter in the future. Otherwise, who knows what madman will run into World Tree and want to cause trouble in World Tree. If there is a heinous or particularly annoying lunatic who wants to use the World Tree to clear his name, wouldn't that be disgusting? Well, through World Tree, he did delete the past, but it doesn't mean that he really didn't do anything. It's just a bunch of excuses. At this time, the ice god must be in trouble. Then, Wendy continued, after all, the Winter Kingdom almost implements one idea, which is to overthrow the laws of nature for the sake of the Ice Queen. But she may not really have complete control over the management of the fools. Mu Yang also nodded slightly when he heard this. Indeed, no matter how you look at this matter, it has the shadow of a clown. Even from the current point of view, there is still a possibility that the ice god will be sidelined. In that original battle, although Kenria was destroyed, it also proved that they had the qualifications to challenge the 7 gods. After all, several of the 7 gods who went there did die. Even the maintainer of the law of heaven at that time ended up personally, and also paid a considerable price. A large part of this has to do with the abyss, but to say that there was no one as powerful as the 7 gods in Kenria at that time, who would believe it? Think about how just one golden Rian dot could cause such a big disturbance in Teyvat. So as a court mage of Camria and a clown who ranks among the top 5 in the entire Camria, is his strength really weak? Mu Yang is very suspicious that Harlequin's true strength has probably reached the level of the first generation 7 gods. Even if it has not reached the level, it probably won't be much worse. Demon gods may be strong or weak, and the top 3 executives among the fools have the strength of demon gods, and they are not just bragging. Mu Yang doesn't know whether the doctor has the power of the 7 gods, and he doesn't think so. But Harlequins probably do. And if such a person wants to do something in the Solstice Kingdom, the Ice Queen, who is also a sleeping ice god who can sacrifice everything for the humans of Teyvat, really can't stop her. As far as the information Mu Yang knows so far, and the character of the ice god, it is difficult to accept someone like the doctor. She has probably lost control of the fools. Chapter 141. Is it possible for a god who loves people to watch his people being subjected to various human experiments? But she still acquiesced to the existence of the doctor. If there was nothing fishy or strange about this matter, Mu Yang would not believe it. Unless Morux, Barbatos and Balzabul all deceived themselves, the information they told them about the ice god was false. We all lost so much back then. Wendy took a sip of wine and sighed, actually, I have made my attitude very clear. If I haven't appeared for such a long time, the ice god should know that I am attitude. But they are still looking for my movements, maybe they are also movements from Sky Island, making her anxious too. You can also explain that there is too much movement on Sky Island, and you are being stared at by the maintainers of the heavenly principles, so you dare not move. Mu Yang chuckled lightly and came up with the idea nonchalantly. Anyway, this pot belongs to Asmodeus, not hers. In the eyes of the 7 gods, Asmodeus is not a good person, and he can even drop nails. It is normal for Wendy, the wind god, to be afraid of Asmodeus. This seems to be a good idea. Wendy's eyes lit up and she said, to be honest, I still don't want to take action against the lady. She should also be on the side of the ice god, and she is considered a die-hard loyalist of the ice god. At this time, Mu Yang thought of some plots in Genshin Impact, where the lady was killed by foxholes. He took away the heart of God, but didn't tell the lady, and let the queen die in vain in the castle tower. 12 On the surface, it seems that he wants to use the lady to give an explanation to Lay Movie. Indeed, they fools caused huge trouble to Rice Wife, but you also killed the executive of our fools, and she was the envoy of our Solstice Kingdom. We won't ask you for an explanation, and you can't trouble us. As for the subsequent plot, we did not see the conflict between Inajima and Haidong Kingdom, and the 2 countries did not directly go to war. Of course, this is also related to the fact that Inajima's national power is really consumed too much, or that there is a certain tacit understanding between Lei Qiang and the ice god. But now it seems like this is more of an internal conflict. The initial theory was that the stragglers ran away directly, betraying the Winter Kingdom and the fools. So didn't tell the lady. But this setting was eaten up. The skirmishers did not betray the fools at that time, at least they still maintained contact with the doctor, and even became a god with the help of the doctor. Of course, becoming a god is just an experiment. There is still a big difference between a skirmisher and a real demon god. Even 10 Naxi mates have not been defeated. Although he crushed the little badminton hundreds of times, no matter how you looked at such a battle, it was just a skirmisher being teased by Nahida. He didn't even notice that he was being simulated in a battle. Such a god was indeed a waste. There is nothing wrong with what Nahida said, that she has the combat power of a demon god but does not have the core of a demon god. But all this seems to be under the control of the doctor. In other words, in fact, the skirmishers did not really defect at that time, and the lady was tricked to death. And the lady is a die-hard fan of the ice god. Is there something special about this? Dodalaya is also a die-hard loyalist of the ice god. Did he send Dodalaya to Fontaine to try to trick Dodalaya to death? But logically speaking, Dodalaya will not die, after all, the roll is up. Even Mu Yang, at this time, various conspiracy theories appeared in his mind. Moreover, these conspiracy theories were not groundless. On the contrary, they were speculated by Mu Yang based on the intelligence he currently had. Forget it, let's wait for the others to grow up for a while before looking for the ice god. Why don't we go meet Rosalind? After pondering for a moment, Yang suggested to Wendy. Are you sure you want to see Rosalind? Wendy was also shocked. She had been avoiding ladies during this time. Just to avoid being recognized by the other party, but if the lady investigates him, those guys may not stop. You just need to say that the heart of God cannot be handed over and ask her to tell the ice god that you are being targeted by Asmodeus. Mu Yang spread his hands. At this time, it is impossible for her to think I will fight you to the death. According to my estimation, the fools who have sneaked into Mondstadt during this period are all here for you. If you don't show up, those guys may do something to force you to show up. Trademark destroy Mondstadt and then force me to appear? This is indeed a way to make me appear. Wendy did not deny that such a thing was not something that the previous ice god would do. But if it is done by a bunch of fools, it seems to be a very normal thing. As for whether this will make me angry. As for Mondstadt now, he really can't do anything. There is no doubt that in the eyes of some people, Barbados, the god of wind, is really a soft persimmon. Unless he is willing to take back the power he has radiated, otherwise, he will indeed not be able to take revenge on Zato Kingdom. For Wendy, such a discovery was really difficult for him to accept. It seems that we really need to meet Rosalind. Wendy could imagine what Rosalind would do for the heart of God now. Those guys have begun to do whatever they can to prevent Mondstadt from suffering too many meaningless casualties, so maybe it's time to meet them. Anyway, the blame will be assigned to Asmodeus, and it has nothing to do with him. Hey! Moreover, Asmodeus wouldn't care what he said. After all, these ideas were all Mu Yang's. He found that his life now was much more comfortable than before. Mondstadt will get better and better in the future, his wear and tear is being resolved, and his divine power is also increasing. If the Abyss Order and the Fools didn't constantly cause trouble, it would be almost perfect. Of course, if the people of the Abyss religion can only try to pollute themselves with the filth of the Abyss, instead of trying to cause all kinds of trouble, he will be happy to play slowly with the people of the Abyss religion. Do you want to go there too? Then, Wendy said to Xianyang again, didn't you want to keep a low profile before? Even if you want to hide yourself, if you and I, the god of wind, appear together, the fools will pay more attention to you in the future, right? As long as the ice god does not appear with the heart of God, it will be difficult to know my true identity. Mu Yang shook his head slightly. Besides, as the general of thunder and lightning, Wang Fu is good friends with the wind god. Isn't it difficult to understand? When Wendy heard this, she secretly gave Mu Yang a thumbs up. As the god of wind, the wind can tell him all kinds of information. Of course, if Mu Yang wants to block something, he has no way of knowing. But the key thing is that this information Mu Yang and Lei Jianqing themselves did not want to hide anything. Instead, they generously moved into the castle tower. The meaning is obvious. We are together. In terms of reporting, Wendy is definitely the strongest on the Teyvat continent. Wherever there is wind, it can bring information to Wendy. Of course, Wendy would not let Jianfeng explore some special places. In this regard, he is still very principled, and other gods will not blame Barbados for anything. After all, he is the god of wind, and he did not do it on purpose. Moreover, without wind and air flow, there will be problems with the climate. Okay. Wendy's mouth twitched. To be honest, when he learned about this, he was also confused. After all, it was not like he didn't understand lay movies. That woman can actually find a woman, it's simply magical. He felt that even if Mu Yang wanted to find a woman, it would be better to resurrect Raiden Zhen or the great Ci Tree King. Such gods would be more suitable for Mu Yang. Of course, Asmodeus was directly ignored by Wendy. Although Asmodeus 217 is a very powerful maintainer of heavenly principles, if you look carefully, he is just a scapegoat. He is still a scapegoat who has little choice but to face Mu Yang. Just like now, I can mention Asmod openly, and I can also let the other party take the blame. Of course, the prerequisite is that Mu Yang is by his side, otherwise, he is really afraid of nails suddenly falling from the sky. In the Goethe Hotel, the lady looked at the lady with a hidden mirror in front of her with a cold expression, and said coldly, "How is it? Haven't you found any information about Barbados, the god of wind?" "Madam, we have already investigated in Mondstadt and some places where the wind god is suspected to appear. No trace of Feng Shen was found." The hidden mirror lady replied respectfully, "Some people even suspect that the god of wind is no longer in Mondstadt. How could it not be in Mondstadt? How could that guy not be in Mondstadt? If he's not in Mondstadt, where should we find him? How could that useless Feng Shen do this?" The lady immediately became furious when she heard this and started to curse non-stop. She has always been resentful towards the wind god Barbados, and towards Mond, Her heart is also full of complexity. On the one hand, he was resentful that these guys sacrificed Rustin and rejected him in the first place. On the other hand, I also hope that Mondstadt can get better. After all, this is the place where Rustin once worked and struggled. Even if this country has problems, that man still protects Mondstadt. If Mondstadt is really in danger of being destroyed, the lady knows it, and she will step forward and continue to protect Mondstadt. At least we can't make Rust confess and sacrifice, right? But now the Feng Shen has appeared twice, and she has never encountered it once. How can this lady not be anxious? Chapter 142. Of course, the lady also knew that the second time Barbados appeared at Anajima's side, it had nothing to do with her, but it also proved that Barbados could actually move freely and was awake. But they still couldn't find any message from the wind god Barbados. There was movement on Sky Island, and their actions must be accelerated. Otherwise, it might be too late. Although there is no urging from the Queen, as a die-hard loyalist of the Queen, the lady will naturally be worried about the Ice Queen's plan. This time, those guys from the Abyss cult have made such a big move in the Running Wolf territory. You guys should keep an eye on me. It is impossible for Barbados, the god of wind, to ignore them. He will contact me as soon as he appears. I thought about it. Thinking about it, the lady said in a deep voice to the lady with hidden mirror. But the doctor doesn't allow us to get close to the Running Wolf territory. Lady Hidden Mirror quickly reminded. The doctor is the second executive of the Fools, while the lady is only the eighth. Although she is the lady's subordinate, she must be reminded of this matter. Executive officers are nominally equal, but their seats are also prioritized. Of course, they, the subordinates of ladies, also listen to ladies first. Under certain circumstances, the doctor also has the authority to command those subordinate to other executive officers. Humph, he said we are not allowed to get close to the Benlang territory, so why don't we get close to the Benlang territory? Don't forget, we are all working for the Ice Queen. When the lady with hidden mirror mentioned the doctor, she became angry again. Madam has no control over what the doctor is doing, as long as it has no impact on the Queen's important affairs. But if the doctor affects a major event, then he is the lady's enemy and opponent. Even if such a matter is brought to the headquarters of the Fools or the Queen, then the lady is justified. From the lady's point of view, everything they did was based on the Queen's mission. But, is that guy the doctor really cooperating with the Abyss Order? Thinking of this, the lady felt heavy in her heart. No matter what, the doctor represents the Fools. If the other party associates with the Abyss, it will also not be a good thing for the Fools. Even though she joined the Fools and worked for the Queen, the lady still had no good impression of the Abyss. In the beginning, it was the invasion of the Abyss that destroyed his life. Rustin died, and he became the Flame. If it hadn't been for that Abyss invasion, I might have died long ago, but I should have lived a very happy life with Rustin. After all, she was just a normal human being before. Rosalind was long dead, and now she was just a lady. Over the years, she has worked hard for the great cause of the Queen, and the Fools are also hostile to the Abyss when they usually do things, and they often do things against the Abyss Order. This is also the main reason why the lady has no doubts about the Fools in recent years. Even though the Harlequin, the leader of their Fools, is the court mage of Camria, he never seems to miss his old friendship when targeting the Abyss Order, and sometimes he even personally takes action to thwart the Abyss Order's plans in the Winter Country. Therefore, Rosalind and the others have never doubted Harlequin in this regard. However, if you think about it carefully, it seems to make sense. After all, there were many people in Kenria who did not support the royal family's research on the power of the Abyss, and Harlequin was one of the people who stopped it. In the end, Kenria was destroyed by the heavenly law and the seven gods. For the Harlequin, the heavenly law is the enemy, but similarly, the Abyss is also the enemy. Those who fall into the Abyss are also not the Harlequin's comrades. Just doctor, what on earth is going on? That guy clearly knew that this time was the plan of the Abyss religion. Why did he let the Fools stand still and not get close to the wolf leader? What agreement did he and the people of the Abyss religion reach? If the other party is really like this, then it is necessary for him to tell all this to the Queen. That guy is a complete lunatic. Although the doctor is a very powerful fighter, sooner or later he will harm the Fools and the Winter Country. Remember, I am your superior, the girl said in a deep voice, staring deeply at the lady with hidden mirror. Yes. The lady with a hidden mirror tightened her heart and responded quickly. She knew how cruel her lady would be if she really got angry. Of course, if you really want to compare, Madam is much better than other fools executives. If the lady thinks that she has betrayed the other party due to some of her own mistakes, and throws herself directly to the doctor, then what she needs to face may be some experiments that are worse than death. The lady hiding the mirror left quickly, and the lady's face also showed a look of contemplation. It's not easy for fools to stay. Not only do they have to face powerful enemies, but they also need to worry about being plotted by the so-called own people. What the hell is this guy doctor doing? Tisk, 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 I didn't expect that you fools are looking for the god of wind so much. Suddenly, a sudden voice sounded in the room, which shocked the lady. She quickly looked over following the sound and found that Mu Yang was. He sat on the chair and looked at himself leisurely. It's you. Seeing Mu Yang, the lady's face turned livid. Why did this guy come to Mondstadt again? Thinking of her own experience of being sealed, the lady felt angry again. She also thought about the other party's powerful strength, but she couldn't vent her anger. DY, so angry. Why is this Mu Yang here again? Besides, I didn't provoke you this time. You showed up in my room for no reason. What are you going to do? Yes, it's me. Mu Yang took a sip of dandelion wine and stood up and said, long time no see. Yes. Long time no see. A forced smile appeared on the lady's face, but when she saw Mu Yang getting up, she quickly took 2 steps back and said, what are you going to do? Don't come over here, this is Mondstadt, I'm not provoking you this time, be careful, I'm looking for the Knights of the West Wind. Mu Yang. Seeing the lady like this, a big question mark appeared on Mu Yang's head. This is so timid. It's a bit boring. However, if you think about it carefully, this lady really likes to float and wave, and in the end she just ended up in front of General Thunder. He even wanted to order General Thunder not to get close to her, let alone do anything to her. It was really embarrassing for her. However, think of the lady's achievements in Mondstadt, digging into the heart of the wind god, slapping the god of wind, and freezing Paimon into ice. In Liu, Yan Wang Daijun was sarcastic, but Yan Wang Daijun did not beat her. After arriving at Inajima, knowing that the Thunderbolt general in front of him was not the real god of thunder, he might really commit suicide. However, based on the current situation of Inajima, if the Raiden movie really resurrects Raiden and makes a body for General Raiden, and then Ye Shenzi also resurrects the Fox Eye Palace, it is really possible to go to the Solstice Kingdom to find him. Trouble. After all, Lei Qianqian has never been a demon that is easy to bully. This time, the fools caused quite a stir within Dao wife, and it would be difficult for Haidong Kingdom to stop them without an explanation. If Ina wife is not strong enough, she can endure it for a period of time. After everything recovers, humph, cut down the Winter Kingdom. Moreover, because of Mu Yang's relationship, the current fools are naturally on the opposite side of Lei movies. In the future, she will inevitably test the strength of the Winter Kingdom for Mu Yang. Mu Yang has also proved with facts that his stay in Dao wife is indeed a hindrance to Lei movie. After Mu Yang left, she devoted herself to the purification work of Kongshen's filth. As the god of thunder, when she devoted herself to purifying the power of Chongshen, the efficiency was amazing. If the download speed of the entire broadband is about 100 m, and the maintainer of heavenly principles currently occupies 50 m of downloads, she not only needs to purify the abyss power in herself, but also needs to purify the abyss power in the entire Teyvat territory. And Lei movie now also occupies a purification speed between 20 m and 30 m. This is also very amazing, and she has no scruples, as long as she is in good condition to fight. Unlike Morux, when he was collecting points from the filth of the abyss in the giant rock abyss, he had to be cautious and worried that his actions would be too big and thus alarm the abyss order. Morux has never really used his own strength to fully exert his purification ability, usually only about 10 m at most. As for Barbatos, he usually has a purification speed of less than 1 meter. After all, the abyss cult is trying to pollute Barbatos, but after all, this pollution still has an intermediate process and also involves losses. Now seeing the lady like this, Mu Yang was dumbfounded for a while. This woman seemed to be interesting, but she didn't expect that she had such a side. However, the other party still retains a trace of the past memory after all. If you have any questions, please contact the Knights of the West Wind. The lady seemed to have reacted. Who was she? She was the 8th executive officer of the Fools, but when she was warning others, she told them that she was going to call them the Knights of the West Wind. It was simply a shame and a huge insult. This was even more embarrassing than the last time the other party sealed her and made her the object of countless people's attention. Chapter 143. Tisk tisk. I really didn't expect that you actually wanted to call the Knights of the West Wind, but do you think the Knights of the West Wind can control me? Mu Yang spread his hands. I didn't expect you to be such a Rosalind. The lady took a deep breath, forced herself to calm down her thoughts, and said in a deep voice, "Why did you come to my place in the middle of the night? I can help you find the wind god Barbados." Mu Yang chuckled and said, "I can even bring the wind god Barbados to you. What should I do?" The lady's eyes flickered, and then she asked quickly. Since the other party knows that he is looking for Barbados, there is no need to hide it. But why did the other party help him find Barbados? According to the information he has obtained so far, it seems that the relationship between Mu Yang and Mondstadt is quite good. The last time the Abyss Order invaded Mondstadt, Mu Yang personally took action, showing amazing strength. Even the lady now suspects that the reason Mu Yang sealed it before was just for Barbados, so that he would not cause trouble at that time. Simply ridiculous. When he sees that guy Barbados, he will definitely take action, but when he takes action, it will not be when the battle situation is anxious, but when the victory or defeat has been decided. Their purpose of fooling people has never been to kill a country or to destroy a country, it is just for the heart of God. If it is for the heart of God to give up a country to the Abyss Order, the lady will not agree with anything she says. But now, what is Mu Yang's purpose? Isn't the other party still in Dao wife? Why did you suddenly come to Mondstadt at this time? The lady still doesn't know that Mu Yang has already visited Liu and had a cordial exchange with Yu Hengzing Keqing, one of the 7 stars in Liu. Recognized. What can you give? Mu Yang asked the lady with a chuckle. Mora. After the lady pondered for a moment, she asked cautiously. According to the previous information about the guy in Dadalia, Mu Yang likes Mora very much. It seems that as long as Mora is in place, Mu Yang will be easy to talk to. It's just that the information given by that guy in Dadalia was obviously false news. Dadalia also said before that Mu Yang is an ordinary person without strength. Do you think I am lacking Mo-La now? Mu Yang spread his hands, not to mention my strength, I am not lacking Mo-La. The money Ning Guang earns for me every day is enough for me to eat and drink. Every day I think about how I can spend these molas. Good guy, you really are cooperating with Ning Guang, right? But apart from Mo-La, what else do you have that you can use to cooperate with Mu Yang? I want the position of doctor. After pondering for a moment, Mu Yang said again. Doctor? He is the second executive officer of the Fools. Do you think I will betray his position? The lady sneered and asked Lin Yang. Knowing the information about the wind god Barbados will be beneficial to your plan. And the doctor has so many slices, even if a few die, as long as you complete your plan, there doesn't seem to be any problem, right? Mu Yang spread his hands. Besides, only you and I know about this matter. You don't say, Goff, if I don't say it, who will know? At that time, I just need to say that I found the doctor accidentally, and then kill him. What does this have to do with you? Haha, do you think I will believe you when you say this? The lady sneered. At that time, you can completely say that I betrayed the doctor in order to see Barbados. Between meeting Barbados and betraying the doctor, no matter how you look at it, meeting Barbados is more worthwhile, right? Mu Yang spread his hands. Besides, I can also kill the doctor's slices, saying that you told me the doctor's information in order to see Barbados. You are so despicable. After hearing this, the lady said through gritted teeth. Of course, she also knew that if she could really see Barbados, both the Queen and the Harlequin would support her in making a deal with Mu Yang. The only one who is unhappy may be the doctor, but the relationship between the doctor's several slices is not very good either. As long as a few slices are not particularly important, the loss of a few slices is worth the loss in the eyes of the doctor. Moreover, as Mu Yang said, if he finds the doctor and kills him, he can definitely say that he told him. As for whether Mu Yang can kill the doctor's slice, the lady has no doubts. The doctor's slice also has strengths and weaknesses. The weak slice may not even reach the standard line of the Fool's executives, but the powerful slice is said to have reached the devil level. Such strength is also beyond the reach of today's ladies. Unless you liberate your own power without hesitation, it will be impossible to reach the level of a demon god. And the price would be that she would die. Even the asylum given to her by the queen could not save her. You don't have to trade with me. Mu Yang said with a chuckle. Do you have a grudge against the doctor? Taking a deep breath, the lady asked Mu Yang again. Judging from past intelligence, Mu Yang does not seem to have any hatred towards the fools. Although the other party was wary of fools, it was human nature. She felt that everyone would be wary of fools. But Mu Yang can chat and laugh with that guy Dadalia. With the opponent's strength, there is no need to care about so many molas. Strong people have privileges. As long as Mu Yang says that he lacks molas, there will be plenty of them. He sent Mora. For example, Ning Guang, she would definitely not miss such an opportunity. Last time, she also wanted to teach Mu Yang a lesson, but was sealed by Mu Yang. The lady thought that if she were Mu Yang, she would definitely not let her go and would kill herself directly. Such a strong man may not be the enemy of fools. But why does the other party want to cause trouble for the doctor? Could it be that that guy, the doctor, had taken action against Mu Yang? It's very possible that that guy is a real lunatic. Someone from another world like Mu Yang will definitely become the subject of the doctor's research. Upon hearing the lady's inquiry, Mu Yang's face showed a divine radiance. My grandma once said that children are the most precious treasures of mankind, and the most serious crime in the world is to harm these treasures. Just judging from his behavior of using children as research material, he should be destroyed. Seeing Ms. Mu Yang like this, she also felt mixed emotions in her heart. Children? If the other party is not the executive of the fools, if I am not the executive of the fools, if I am still the girl from 500 years ago, when I meet someone like the doctor, I will definitely target the opponent without stopping. Thinking of this, the lady felt uncomfortable in her heart. Whether it is winter country or other countries, people have been captured by the doctor and his subordinates as research materials and conducted various human experiments. Many of the current fool soldiers are the product of doctoral industrialization experiments. For example, although the ice gun heavy guard has good strength, his IQ has a huge problem, and he is not as good as a 5-year-old child. Many times, ladies would doubt whether such behavior was right or not, but the queen did not stop it. The Harlequin supported the doctor in doing so, and the other fools and executives also acquiesced in such behavior. There was nothing she could do. But now after hearing Mu Yang's thoughts, the lady also had a lot of thoughts. That doctor guy really deserves to die. I have almost no contact with the doctor, but he seems to have 10 test bases at the largest lake near the wolf territory. The lady closed her eyes and told her the intelligence. As Mu Yang said, that Dr. Guy really deserves to die, and he doesn't need to feel any sympathy for him. It just killed a slice, but it didn't completely kill the doctor. It didn't count at all. That's it, then the deal is done. Mu Yang chuckled and snapped his fingers, then I'll deal with the Dr. Guy, and I'll leave the rest to you. Before leaving, Mu Yang said to the lady again, actually, you should thank that guy, he interceded for you last time. He remembers every citizen of the wind. After saying that, Mu Yang left the scene directly. The lady's pupils shrank suddenly when she heard this. She knew that Mu Yang's subsequent words were speaking to her. The last time Mu Yang didn't kill him, was it because that guy interceded for him? This seems to be very reasonable and reasonable. Every being with strong strength has his own temper. Mu Yang doesn't seem to be a good-tempered person. If we are not relatives, why should we spoil ourselves? But this kind of information makes the lady even more unwilling. Why does this guy want to plead for herself? What was this guy doing when Rustin died? Well, the lady also knew that she was making trouble unreasonably, and it was not unknown to her that Barbados could not participate at all at that time. But she needed someone to vent to, and if Barbados hadn't been too lazy, how could Mond have become like this? You said that the doctor made various slices of himself at various stages. Will he make several female slices for himself? After all, scientists are crazy, just like Uncle Snake, who wants to make himself more beautiful. For good research, it is reasonable to get a few female biopsies, and with the research ability of a doctor, it should be possible. When the time comes, in order to make money, Mihuha will let female doctors be promoted. Chapter 144. The lady's anger needs an object to pour out. Mondstadt was once a place that Rustum desperately wanted to protect. Even Rosalind was sacrificed to protect Mondstadt. Now there are only ladies, not Rosalind. It is impossible for the lady to take action against Mondstadt. Even she took the initiative to come to Mondstadt this time. On the one hand, she wanted to seek revenge on Barbados. On the other hand, she was worried that other fools and executives would go too far and really destroy Mondstadt. With Mondstadt's current situation, he can't stop those lunatics from doing whatever they want. Jean is a very good acting team leader, and even Rosalind fully recognizes it. Just like Rustam back then, she has the potential to become a good team leader. But now Mondstadt is too weak. Just a piano is not enough. Maybe that guy Diluc was not bad. He was able to survive the tricks of fools and executives. Of course, that was mainly because the doctor said that Diluc was a good research material. But this is not enough. After so many years, Mondstadt's strength is still a bit weak. The overall strength is far inferior to that of Rustin. If the stragglers and those sick-minded executives were allowed to come, Mondstadt would really be doomed. When skirmishers attack, they are not serious or serious. Maybe some executives will take into account the attitudes of other countries and restrain themselves, but skirmishers will not. Rosalind could tell that that guy also had no loyalty to the fools. Shortly after Mu Yang left, a figure that haunted the lady appeared not far from her. Barbados, you finally showed up. Seeing the appearance of Barbados in a divine costume, the girl subconsciously wanted to take action. Just a word from the other party made the lady stop. Rosalind Kruzical Lofot. I apologize to you for the people of Mondstadt. Haha, do I think I need this apology? The lady looked at Barbados with a sneer. What she needs is never an apology. Do you want to take my god's heart for the ice god? Barbados looked at the lady like this and asked with a sigh. In that case, hand over your divine heart. Don't force me to do it. You should know that with your current strength, you cannot keep the heart of God. This would also be good for Mondstadt. The lady took a deep breath, forced herself to calm down, and said coldly. For some reason, after meeting Barbados, she found that she didn't hate him as much as she had imagined. Facing Rosalind's request, Wendy just shook her head slightly and said, the heart of God is not very useful to me, but I can't give it to you, nor to the ice god. I'm being targeted. As he spoke, he looked up at the ceiling. How could it not be given? Wait. Rosalind quickly figured out what was going on and looked at Barbados in disbelief, the one staring at you. Although there is no evidence, I can feel that my actions are being watched. If the heart of God is handed over, I will be in a lot of trouble, and you will also be in trouble. Bardas said in a serious tone, there's no need to lie about this. The lady also looked thoughtful when she heard this. Would Barbados lie? Maybe, maybe not. But the other party should not lie about such a thing. Even the seven gods would not dare to make fun of Sky Island. In other words, at this time, Sky Island is staring at Barbados. Similarly, will the maintainer of heavenly principles also be keeping an eye on the other seven gods? This is not good news for all countries and fools. If they don't have the heart of God, how can they carry out their plans? This matter must be told to the Ice Queen as soon as possible. I will tell the Queen about this. I hope you won't lie. The other executives of the fools are not as easy to talk to as me. Mondstadt cannot bear the anger of the Winter Kingdom. The lady snorted coldly. Said with meaning. I didn't have to lie about it. Moreover, even if you really want to steal the heart of God, I don't really have no power to fight back, I just don't want to do it. Barbados spread his hands, and Mon's strength is not as simple as it seems on the surface. The lady also frowned when she heard this. She couldn't understand why Barbados said that. Could it be that he was trying to make a fool of himself? If Mondstadt was really powerful, how could he have made the people of the Abyss Orders so rampant some time ago? Is it possible that the main force of the Knights of the West Wind expedition has returned? But that's not right. If they come back, the fools must have information, and the captain is over there. So what exactly has Barbados prepared? By the way, Rosalind. Suddenly, Barbados's expression became solemn. Tell the ice god for me, some of the things we knew before are very likely to be wrong. Don't let yourself know it. Blinded by memories. This is advice given to her as an old friend. Sometimes, Dangduan is constantly being disturbed. By the way, just tell Ice God this sentence to yourself, don't tell anyone else. After saying that, he disappeared into the room. This also made Rosalind frown. What does Barbados mean? He actually called the Queen an old friend. Could it be that they have a good relationship? At least it's not as bad as I thought. What does it mean to be constantly rebellious, and what does it mean that what they know is probably wrong? At this time, the lady felt as if she knew a lot of things but gained nothing. No, this matter must be told to the queen as soon as possible. Ask someone to go back and deliver the message? At this time, Rosalind thought of the words of that guy Barbados, not to let other people know, that is to say, not to let other people know. Even the other executives of the fools couldn't tell. I really believe you. Barbados. Rosalind gritted her teeth and cursed secretly. She didn't even know why she believed in Barbados at this time and then did such a time-consuming and laborious thing. He had obviously been prepared before, taking advantage of the other person's weakness to dig out his heart, humiliate him severely, and slap him in the mouth. But at this time, Rosalind still made her own choice. On that day, Ms. Rosalind walked out of Mondstadt City overnight and rushed towards the Winter Kingdom at an extremely fast speed, murmuring all the way, I am doing this for the Queen, and everything is for the Queen, please give me flowers, Zero is this here. Near Benlang Leader, Mu Yang came to a lake. He closed his eyes silently and felt the situation at the bottom of the lake. His expression became extremely indifferent. Rosalind did not deceive herself. That BD doctor was indeed here, and he was still conducting various inhumane experiments. Not only are there experiments on Kaihokita people, but also on monsters like Liang Glua, and there are also various experiments on humans. This guy doctor really deserves to die. Just when Mu Yang was about to take action, two figures not far away attracted Mu Yang's attention. I saw an ant with yellow hair coming here with her flying pet. Traveler, look, it's Mu Yang. Peimen seemed to have a telepathy and immediately noticed Mu Yang's existence. She has always felt very kind to Mu Yang. Zero especially this time, she felt as if he was more intimate than before. Ying was stunned for a moment when he heard this, and looked in the direction Peiman pointed. It was really Mu Yang, and he trotted over quickly. Didn't Mu Yang, who was a traveler from a foreign land like himself, go to Laya before? Why did you suddenly appear in Mondstadt again? Peiman, Ying, long time no see. Mu Yang greeted the two of them, and then looked at Ying with a hint of surprise. I didn't expect that after not seeing you for a while, Ying's strength it has risen a lot again. The elemental power in the body has more than doubled compared to the last time they met. I know, it's the effect of the wind god eyes. As long as travelers collect the wind god eyes and absorb them, they can increase their strength. Peiman, the little traitor, immediately told Ying's information. Wind god eyes. Mu Yang showed a thoughtful look. It is said that this kind of thing is the power emanating from the gods and is distributed in various places on the Teyvat continent. However, there was no one who could use it before. It was not that Mu Yang had never seen props like the Feng Shen pupil before, but after looking at it and finding that it had no effect on him, he didn't pay too much attention to it. But he didn't expect that this thing belonged to Ying. Of course, Mu Yang can also understand this. After all, Ying's own strength is very powerful, but her power that does not belong to this world has been sealed. The maintainers of heavenly principles are not completely unreasonable. It is not impossible for people from other worlds to enter this world, but they must follow the rules of this world and use the power of this world. This cannot be said to be overbearing, but it is natural. The power of other worlds will collapse this world, just like Arena's. The same is true for Ying's power. When she came into contact with the Seven Heavens statue, she was assimilated into this world and truly became a person of this world. Once she completely unlocks all her powers, she can also regain her former strength. But the power used becomes elemental. Chapter 145. Mu Yang has not seen Arenas yet, but before traveling through time, he also did the plot of Arenas. It is also a creation of gold, and it also brings a huge threat to this world. However, unlike Dulin, a dragon with great malice towards the world, Arenas chose to commit suicide after discovering that he had brought disaster and misfortune to the world. This proves that not all abyss monsters want to destroy the world. Of course, for this world, these abyss monsters are extremely destructive. This is not a question of who is right or wrong, but a question of stance. Should Arenas die? Maybe it is innocent, but to the continent of Teyvat, it deserves to die. Similarly, the original power of Ying and Kong is also a huge threat to this world. After all, the world of Teyvat continent is not particularly powerful in itself, and its development is somewhat imperfect. Otherwise, it would not require so many restrictions. It is conceivable that if there is a collapse in this world, the whole world may be destroyed. Mu Yang has considered upgrading this world. With the promotion and popularization of the basic 510 internal skills, and the humans in the group starting to practice immortality, the rules of the world are also changing, and this is also driven by Mu Yang, the new heavenly principle. However, such upgrades are also carried out subtly. Later, as Mu Yang's strength increases, he will also be connected to the world, absorbing the power of the abyss through Teyvat's world barrier to strengthen the Teyvat continent. At that time, the entire world will be upgraded and perfected, and the world will also grow. But all this is not what Mu Yang can do now. Although Mu Yang is already a god now, he is only a little more powerful than the 7 gods. Although those tool men are constantly earning points, Mu Yang is strengthening all the time, but Mu Yang feels that his strength is still some distance away from Asmodeus. As for Asmod, in her current condition, it is actually very difficult to purify the abyss pollution in her body and prevent the Teyvat continent from being invaded by the abyss. It is almost impossible for the continent of Teyvat to continue to progress and expand under her leadership. Didn't you go back to Liu? Why did you come back to Mondstadt? Could it be that Wendy asked you for help? Paimon came to Mu Yang's side and asked curiously. Mu Yang took out a piece of sweet flour stuffed chicken that she had brought from Angel's gift to Paimon. After rubbing it on her chubby face, she said, "Well, how did you get here?" After Paimon gave a chicken leg to Ying, he tore a chicken wing for himself and said while eating, "We were entrusted by Wendy. Wendy asked us to come to the wolf leader to investigate the abyss order, but it is too dangerous here and there are many monsters. Moreover, they all seem to be monsters from the abyss. Even if the traveler's strength improves a lot, we can't really sneak in. Is that so?" Mu Yang nodded thoughtfully. He glanced at Ying and saw that this guy's condition was indeed not very good. Although he was not injured, he still consumed a lot of energy and gnawed on the chicken legs much faster than usual. It seemed that he was indeed hungry. This time, the abyss cult is coming fiercely. You have to be careful. The battle may be much more intense than last time. Mu Yang pointedly said to her, "Besides, your brother is related to the abyss. You already know this. Are you ready to get involved?" Ying paused while eating the drumstick, took a deep breath and said, "According to my investigation, the abyss cult has caused huge damage to the world. They seem to have started invading the world 500 years ago. My brother and I were also sealed 500 years ago. Some of the technologies of the abyss order and Camria gave me a feeling of déjà vu. Perhaps my brother was not captured by the abyss cult as I initially thought, but was inextricably linked to the abyss cult and Camria." After a pause, Ying's expression was extremely firm. No matter what his purpose is or what his original intention is, the behavior of the abyss cult is wrong. If that guy Kong really falls into the abyss, I will definitely kill him. He woke up. When Mu Yang saw Ying like this, he also chuckled, "What a good idea. During this time, I am also investigating your brother's information." Ying was stunned for a moment when he heard this, and then his heart warmed up. Kong and Mu Yang have nothing to do with each other, the only intersection is themselves. The abyss cult is extremely dangerous, and there was no need for Mu Yang to take risks. At least he felt that there was no need for Mu Yang to do so. But Mu Yang failed to investigate for herself. Thinking of this, Ying felt warm in her heart. Mu Yang is also the second person in this world, besides Paimon, to give her such warmth. Of course, it doesn't mean that others are not friends. During her time in Mondstadt, she also regarded Qin, Barbara, Yola, Diluc and others as her good friends. However, these friends were not as good as Mu Yang. Give yourself such warmth. Amber, wait, what about me? Traveler, have you forgotten who introduced you to Mondstadt, who brought you into Mondstadt, who took you flying, and taught you how to use the wings of wind? Oh, by the way, Amber didn't do all of this in this world? Then there would be nothing wrong. According to my investigation, your brother was involved in the Canria incident 500 years ago, which brought the abyss to this world. He may not have been the one who led it, but he can be regarded as one of the Black Hands. After the destruction of Camria, he established the Abyss Order and was called the Prince of the Abyss by the members of the Abyss Order. Mu Yang then continued, he was at the scene of the previous battle in Mondstadt, and they were the ones who opened the huge space channel. When Ying heard Mu Yang's words, her pupils couldn't help but shrink. She did not deny what Mu Yang said, which was also very consistent with the information she had obtained from previous investigations. My brother has really fallen into the abyss. She couldn't understand why her brother had to do this. What kind of country is Canria? After pondering for a moment, he asked Mu Yang. She felt that Mu Yang was doing much better than she was on the Teyvat continent. Even collecting information is much smoother than mine. Just like the information about his brother, he had worked hard for so long to collect such a small amount of information, but what about Mu Yang? The answers were collected directly. Neither Mu Yang nor himself are from this world, so it may not be easy to collect this information. Moreover, Ying Ying also discovered from Wendy's side that the 7 gods knew some secrets, but they seemed to be subject to certain restrictions and could not tell them. Although Mu Yang has a good relationship with Wendy and seems to know Yan Shen, it is unlikely that he will be able to get this information from the other party. He must have put in a lot of effort for this information. Canria? For humans, that is a country to be proud of. They are a country without gods. To a certain extent, this country has its own pride, and they do not need the protection of gods. Mu Yang said seriously, but at the same time, this is also an extremely ambitious country. Do you know about cultivators? I've heard that it seems to be a device from other worlds that helps with field production. Ying said after recalling it for a moment. But to the Canria people, those ruins guards are plowing machines, which means they have to use these war weapons to plow all the territories of other countries. I think you should understand what this means, right? Mu Yang pointedly said, the devil loves people, which is the purpose of this world. If Canria didn't take the initiative to break out a war and didn't do anything harmful to the world, the 7 gods wouldn't do anything to them. But they seem to have persecution paranoia, thinking that they have no gods, or that the 7 kingdoms will attack them, and they are constantly conducting various researches. Moreover, because there are no gods and no restrictions on royal power, you cannot require each generation of monarchs to be excellent. There will always be a generation of monarchs who become crazy and ambitious, and they finally begin to study the power of the abyss. This 3.4 is human nature. Ying's eyes flickered slightly, and then she sighed softly. She had been to many worlds before, and she knew no less than Mu Yang. Although many memories cannot be recalled for the time being, Ying still understands human nature very well. With the inheritance from generation to generation, it is inevitable that some ambitious people will appear in the family, let alone the royal family of a country. She closed her eyes, thinking about all this in her mind, and then sighed, but that guy Kong, why do you want to get involved? There are some things that he should understand better than me, and he knows better than anyone else. Kind. Who knows? Maybe you have to ask him yourself. I can only help you so much. Mu Yang spread his hands, however, there is a big gap between your strength and his. He at least has the strength of the 7 gods. I understand that he should have retained all his power, and I need to unlock it step by step. Ying nodded slightly and said, next, in the process of searching for him, I will also go to other countries to obtain new information. The power of Chapter 146. Ying also already has ideas for his future. No matter what, it is necessary to prevent Kong from destroying the world. Even if he was sealed by the god before, it seems that he has no qualifications to resent others. After all, it was his brother Kong who provoked this world. As the manager of this world, it was already pretty good if he could not kill them. As for the rights and wrongs of Canria, Ying didn't want to care about it. There might be some problems with what Mu Yang said. After all, what he said was the information he had investigated, and the information was subjective. This does not refer to Mu Yang's subjectivity, but to the subjectivity of the person who provided the information. However, Ying didn't care about all this. Everyone has their own position, but Ying believed that the world should not be destroyed by the abyss. She wanted to stop her brother's death. And there is no way to stop my brother without strength. Come on, I'm optimistic about you. Maybe in time, because of your efforts, the gods of this world will look at you and be accommodating to your brother. Mu Yang patted Ying's shoulder and comforted her. Well. At this time, Ying also thought of the white-haired god who sealed them. Although they had fought a lot with that god at that time, she had to admit that even in their heyday, there is still a big gap between the strength of himself and that god. Thinking of this, Ying also had a headache, and she didn't know whether the god would come to settle accounts with him for the trouble caused by Kong. And with that god existing, it was almost impossible for them to leave quietly. If you want to leave this world, you must pass through the gate guarded by the god. 12 In other words, you cannot leave without the permission of that god. He must solve Kong's matter as soon as possible, and let Kong recover from his mistakes before he makes a big mistake. However, Mu Yang is really a good person. If the other person has nowhere to go, and he finds a way to go to other worlds, he can make Mu Yang his partner. Well, Paimon must also be taken away. Although this little guy knows how to eat some and often betrays his own information unintentionally, after this period of time, Ying has become accustomed to Paimon being by his side. Paimon. Best companion. By the way, Mu Yang, what were you looking at here before? Paimon hesitated for a while, handed the last chicken wing to Ying, and then asked Mu Yang. Are you here? Because there are people and things that I hate here. Do you want to witness with your own eyes the craziest lunatic on the continent of Teyvat? Mu Yang asked Paimon and Ying. The craziest lunatic? Are you talking about those people from the Abyss Order? But haven't we already been in contact with them? Even the Traveler's brother is also a high-ranking member of the Abyss Order. Paimon asked curiously. Ying stared at Paimon speechlessly. What was this little guy talking about? The fact that his brother is a senior member of the Abyss Order is now his biggest headache. Paimon is exposing his own scars. Well, I shouldn't have called Paimon my best friend before. No, although those guys in the Abyss cult are crazy, it is more because of the Abyss, and this guy is because of the distortion of human nature. Mu Yang said lightly. As a large amount of wind elements surged around Mu Yang, a huge waterspout also appeared in the lake in front of Mu Yang, and then the entire lake seemed to be cut open, revealing the bottom of the lake. Is this a door? Is there a secret room under the lake? Upon seeing this, Ying reacted quickly. He threw away the leftover chicken bones and wiped them on the small cloak behind Paimon, entering a state of vigilance. Among. Traveler, you used Paimon's cloak as a rag again. Seeing this, Paimon stamped his feet dissatisfied. This traveler is so mean. How could you use Paimon's cloak like this? What is this? Anyway, your cloak is very special and won't get dirty. Ying said nonchalantly. In Ying's opinion, Paimon's clothes are as special as his own. They won't get dirty, are hard to be damaged, and are made of special materials. As for why you still need to wipe Paimon's clothes when your clothes don't get dirty, of course it's because it's not easy to clean your own clothes. Anyway, Paimon's won't be dirty. What's wrong with wiping it? Let's go. Mu Yang warned the two people playing tricks, pay attention to safety. Only then did Paimon and Ying realize, yes, next they have to face the biggest demon in the Teyvat continent. At this time, Ying was still a little curious, and she would not doubt the ugliness of human nature. She had indeed seen too much. I just don't know what the 10th most powerful demon in Teyvat looks like. But when they saw the situation in the secret room, both of them fell into silence. Even Paimon did not dare to say anything at this time and could only deal with it with silence. This is a huge laboratory, approximately more than 100 square meters. The smell of corpses was everywhere, and there were a large number of corpses on the ground, some of which were already rotting. There were several candles flickering on the wall, and in the middle was a man dissecting a boy of about 15 or 16 years old on the experimental table. It's wonderful, isn't it? Suddenly, the man said suddenly. Wonderful. Ying looked at the man with eyes full of anger, as a person with a strong sense of justice. How could she allow such a thing to happen? She didn't know when the Wu Feng sword was taken out. If she didn't know the depth of the opponent, she would have stabbed him at this time. Originally, even if they were alive, they could only spend their lives doing nothing. But because of me, their lives have become extraordinary. The man said in an indifferent tone, I gave them power. Although it was very short-lived, it was a level they could not reach before. And their sacrifice can also help me develop more powerful power. In the future, their sacrifice will become worthwhile. You are a lunatic. Strength should not be obtained at the expense of others. Ying scolded the man, Drive, the second executive officer of the Fools, in a cold voice. I didn't expect that you would be so pedantic. Compared with your brother, you are far behind. The doctor put down the scalpel in his hand with some enthusiasm. The power of the Abyss is very powerful, just like before, this man was corrupted by the power of the Abyss and survived. He should have died when I opened his chest. But he didn't. Even if I removed one of his kidneys and most of his liver, he was still alive and even showed signs of recovering his organs. Unfortunately, he died after his heart was damaged. You know my brother. Hearing this, Ying's pupils couldn't help but shrink. The other party actually knew his brother, and his brother didn't attack this guy? It seems that my brother has really fallen. He is a very interesting person and has brought a lot of interesting knowledge to the world. The doctor did not deny it after hearing this. You have come into contact with the power of the abyss, does the ice god know? Mu Yang narrowed his eyes and said coldly. Sure enough, doctors are the most annoying. These mad scientists all have no bottom line. Before time travel, what he hated most was the doctor. Now I have finally seen it, but it is a pity that the move I want to study has not been thoroughly studied, and it is impossible to completely kill the doctor. This is a pity. Ice god. The doctor shook his head noncommittally. Are you the latest descendant to appear in Liu? You are very interesting. I have also followed you, and I heard that you have even inherited Lux's sealing technique. None of you adventures are simple. What? Do you want to dissect me? Mu Yang said coldly with a dangerous light in his eyes. You should have been destined that the rules of this world are not friendly to you descendants, which will greatly limit your strength. Just like the traveler next to you, she used to be comparable to the first generation of 7 gods, but now she has become so weak. The doctor showed a gentle look and said, Heaven is destined to be your enemy, even if you become friends with other gods, how about that? Do you want to join us in fighting against the laws of heaven? Inviting me to fight against heaven? Mu Yang's expression also became very subtle. If I were not the deity of Tianli, I might really accept such behavior. Mu Yang, don't cooperate with him. Even if we are against the laws of heaven, we have to do it ourselves. Ying quickly persuaded Mu Yang, you must have a bottom line as a human being. This time, Mu Yang's expression became even more subtle. Ying, are you still thinking about resisting the laws of heaven? Believe it or not, I will look for opportunities to do crazy damage to you. I know. Mu Yang shook his head slightly, chuckled and said, even if I want to become Tianli, I will become Tianli myself instead of collaborating with people like you. In this way, there is no difference between you and me. After speaking, Mu Yang's eyes flickered slightly, and he said with a slightly arrogant tone, and no one stood in the sky from the beginning, neither you, nor me, not even God. But the empty window of the throne of heaven, the period is coming to an end, and from now on, I will stand at the top. As Mu Yang finished speaking, a terrifying aura erupted from his body, and a bug like you is not qualified to cooperate with me, let alone witness that moment. Well, the image Mu Yang wants to create now is that of an ambitious person who wants to be a man of heaven. Then it is normal for me to collect the heart of God in the future, right? I wonder if the ice god is willing to invest in himself. Chapter 147. Mu Yang's words made the doctor stunned for a moment, and then he burst into laughter. Ha 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 ha. Indeed, how could you descendants be ordinary? Ha 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 ha, the throne of heaven? So that's how you called the position, ha ha ha, it's indeed very suitable. When Mu Yang saw the doctor like this, 2 big question marks appeared on his head. I'm afraid there was something wrong with the doctor's brain. Is this not a doctor, but a clown? Logically speaking, no matter how hysterical the doctor is, he will not become like this. However, there are differences between individuals, which is normal. At this time, Ying looked at Mu Yang thoughtfully. She seemed to have heard this sentence somewhere. As for what Mu Yang said, the empty period of the heavenly throne is about to end. From now on, I will stand at the top. Are you serious? Not to mention that there are people there, but even with their strength, they are no match. As someone who has personally experienced the power of the white-haired god, Ying feels that after this matter is over, Shi Yang must be persuaded. It seems that my BD brother is now involved in the cause of anti-gods and anti-natural principles. When the time comes, don't think about how to save Mu Yang if you haven't saved your brother yet. Well, that's right, Ying really wanted to save Mu Yang. Even though the two of them didn't get along for a long time, Mu Yang was very good to her, and Ying regarded Mu Yang as her friend. Of course, Ying also felt that Mu Yang was not telling the truth, but was just showing off in front of the doctor in front of him. Of course the descendants cannot be ordinary. How could ordinary people come to this world? Mu Yang completely forgot at this moment that he was once just an ordinary person. Immediately afterwards, Mu Yang's expression became cold. So, have you thought about how to die? This is my world, and I will not allow anyone to pollute this world with regard to the abyss. The doctor was completely confused. He originally thought he was crazy enough, but he didn't expect that Mu Yang would actually regard the Teyvat continent as his own world at this time. It's really quite arrogant. Mu Yang said that he was really telling the truth. Following Mu Yang's thoughts, a purple one-handed sword that looked like a sword appeared in Mu Yang's hand. Mu Yang got this from Lay movie before. Don't watch Lay movie. Apart from desserts and fighting, you don't have much interest in it. In fact, Raiden still likes to make weapons. 500 years ago, he would spend a lot of time making weapons, especially weapons such as naginata and one-handed swords. Inazuma's many legends about the weapons made by General Raiden have been passed down in this way. They are not rumors. Raikage's divine weapons are indeed very powerful. Even the weapons that Raikage used to fight in the past she made it herself. Well, using the demon's body, these weapons can withstand even god-level power. It wasn't until he had his dream that Ray movie began to gradually give up these weapons. The weapon Mu Yang is using now is the weapon that Raikage once used. It seems that Raikage imitated Meng Yushin. Although it is not as powerful as Meng Yushin, it still has about 80% of its power. This was already quite good, and Mu Yang accepted it without any politeness. Feeling the terrifying coercion on Mu Yang, he was not surprised but happy, knowing that he could not escape from the opponent's hands. But the other party doesn't seem to know his secret, and he doesn't even mind telling him his ambitions. For him, this is the best situation. There is another descendant who wants to oppose the laws of heaven. Mu Yang is not as good as he seems on the surface. He has huge ambitions. The sacrifice of this slice of myself was worth it. Moreover, Mu Yang's tone seemed to be telling the truth, and the doctor believed that the other party really thought so. The doctor is very confident in his own vision. The other party is really interested in the so-called throne of heaven, and even regards this world as his own territory. This is much more interesting. Morux, Barbados, and Balzabul, I'm afraid you don't know that the people you come into contact with are so ambitious, right? Maybe, you all actually know about it and support him instead? Suddenly, the doctor's smart mind thought of a lot of things, but the doctor felt that he needed to investigate the unnecessary things by himself. The doctor is very confident in his other slices. As long as Mu Yang is still on the Teyvat continent, he will definitely be able to investigate more information about the other party. Adventure, how much change can you bring to this world, and how much knowledge can you bring? The doctor looked at Mu Yang greedily. As a guy who is in cahoots with the clown, he has a lot of truth about Teyvat and a lot of information about the descendants. The doctor knows it all. At this time, the doctor was no longer interested in S*X. Although Ying is also a descendant, they, the fools, also maintain a certain tacit understanding with the Prince of the Abyss. At least the clown has told them that they can fight Ying, put some pressure on the opponent, or even oppress the opponent, but they cannot really hurt the other person. The name used is also very simple. The other party's brother is the Prince of the Abyss religion. If they really take action against him, then the Abyss religion will start an endless battle with them. Although the Abyss cult and the fools are in a hostile relationship, they still cannot do such a thankless thing before overthrowing the laws of heaven. Even people like the doctor agree with this. Indeed, there is a wrong comparison between Tianli and the Abyss cult. At this time, overthrowing Tianli seems to be more important to them. Even at certain times, the Abyss Order can still take advantage of one or two. Just like now, the Abyss religion has launched its own plan. The doctor not only did not stop it, but also stopped the fools from stopping the Abyss religion's actions. He was silently observing the Abyss religion here, just wanting to see let's see what those guys can do. But I didn't expect that Mu Yang would appear here, but this is also very good. It's all worth it. Seeing the greedy and crazy look on the doctor's face, Mu Yang also sighed. It is because of these people that fools become the guy that everyone shouts about. Mu Yang does not deny that there are some good people among the fools, such as those guys in the layered rock abyss. They are all people who resisted the abyss, but they were given up in the end. Not only was he given up by Liu, but he was also given up by his Haidong kingdom. But in Mu Yang's opinion, this is the most disgusting thing among the fools. Their soldiers are still fighting, but they are abandoned by them. In his opinion, the high-level officials should not just give up on those people. This is an insult to warriors. All 11 executives of the fools were killed, and perhaps none of them was truly innocent. These guys are all a bunch of bigots, a bunch of lunatics. Finally, Mu Yang took action. The Su Mo Dao Guang in his hand, original weapon, a copycat of Raiden movie, what the former Raiden Zhen pursued was Su Mo, and Shadow naturally also pursued Su Mo, emitted endless thunder light, and Mu Yang under Yang's control, he slashed towards the doctor. Ying looked at Mu Yang with brilliant eyes. She felt that Mu Yang's strength seemed to be stronger than she imagined. Even in her heyday, she probably wouldn't be a match for Mu Yang. Also, what is that weapon? Hiss. Ying said she was so greedy. We are all travelers from other worlds. Why do you have such a powerful weapon? Why don't I? If this weapon were in his hands, Ying felt that his current strength would probably double. After all, the gap between the edgeless sword and the artifact is really too big. The power of thunder and lightning. Seeing Mu Yang take action, the doctor's pupil shrank, and he felt the power of General Thunder from Mu Yang's power. In addition, Mu Yang also demonstrated Morix's sealing technique before, which means that the opponent has obtained the power of the two gods, so is the power of the wind god Barbatos also the same, obtaining Wang Zhao? In addition, are there other abilities of gods? According to the judgment I can make now, the opponent's strength is very likely not to be higher than Tianjiao and Haiyu Shenzheng. If the other party can really easily learn the abilities of all gods, this would be the most interesting thing. Even at this time, the doctor even had the urge to let Mu Yang learn the ice god's abilities. After all, for a mad scientist, regardless of his position, Mu Yang is now an experimental subject to him. If the other party can obtain the abilities of the seven gods with his help, then it will also be a masterpiece of his experiment. After all, without his own help, it would be impossible for the ice god to let the other party inherit the inheritance. However, thinking about the attitude of the ice god, the doctor also had a headache. The ice god is great, but also very naive, very extreme, and very easy to fool the team. But letting her teach others is indeed a difficult thing to do. The ice god is not like me, messing around for his own plans. Although the other party also wants to overturn the law of heaven, the relationship between the two parties is not very good. Hey, my cousin is bringing her boyfriend over on Sunday. My brain hurts. My parents are urging me again. I'm 30 years old and I'm being pushed to get married by my family. Who in the family understands? I'm coding every day. Don't have time to pay attention to these. Chapter 148. The doctor looked at Mu Yang as if he had seen a very interesting experimental material. This experimental material was much more interesting than Ying and Kong. Even if the future doctor knows that Ying can obtain the corresponding elemental power by contacting the Seven Heaven statue, he doesn't have much interest in Ying. What's the point of obtaining elemental power? Mu Yang is someone who may be able to directly learn the moves and powers of the seven gods. If Mu Yang can really master these, then the opponent may not be able to challenge the laws of heaven. Not to mention, if Mu Yang can really master the power of the seven gods, he may not be able to challenge the laws of heaven. While the doctor was thinking, one of his arms was cut off by Mu Yang. Why don't you resist? Seeing the doctor like this, Mu Yang asked with a frown. This guy seems to be crazier than he imagined. Why are you resisting? You are far stronger than me. Even if I resist, the knife just now is enough to kill me. The doctor chuckled and said, as a smart person, why bother to do those useless things? What you said makes so much sense, I'm speechless. Traveler, this guy is so powerful. Even if his arm is missing, it won't hurt at all. Paimon muttered to Ying from the side. Ying also frowned when he heard this and stared at the doctor not far away. He was indeed a madman. It is absolutely impossible for any person to talk and laugh like this after having his arm cut off. She remembered what Mu Yang said, that the other party was the most evil person in the entire Teyvat continent. With such an attitude, he could indeed fit the name. Be ruthless to others, and be ruthless to yourself. Mu Yang nodded slightly. Originally, I wanted to let you experience Ling Qi, but now it seems that there is no need for it. Following a flash of lightning, the doctor's body was completely annihilated, turning him into a charred corpse. Is this 433 solved? Ying asked, looking at the doctor's body. No, this is just one of his clones. He has hundreds of powerful clones and even has the strength of a demon god. Mu Yang shook his head slightly and said. Clone. Ying was also stunned when he heard this. No wonder that guy was so calm when facing death. Of course, these clones are not so much clones as slices. They also have their own consciousness. They can be regarded as independent individuals. Mu Yang shook his head slightly and said, the most troublesome thing is the opponent's brain. To be able to obtain such strength from an ordinary human being, his wisdom plays a big role. If you meet him in the future, be careful and don't get tricked. Ying also nodded slightly when he heard this. A demon god level opponent must be at least Teyvat's level, right? It might even be stronger than Teyvat that he had fought against. According to what Wendy said, Teyvat is actually very powerful, but it is only because of the influence of poisonous blood that he is in a weak state. Otherwise, Teyvat would also have a demon level combat power. Normally, demon god level combat power is almost considered the top level combat power on the continent of Teyvat. And the doctor's slices have demon level combat power, which is indeed very powerful. Moreover, Ying himself knew that if he were to meet the doctor outside and see him doing human experiments, he would definitely not be able to ignore it. Mu Yang, you are so awesome. At this time, Paimon also sighed to Mu Yang. Not bad. Mu Yangru looked at Paimon's little face. This little guy probably doesn't know that his power in his heyday is even higher than what he is now. Ying looked at Mu Yang hesitantly, and after some hesitation, she asked, "Do you really want to challenge the laws of heaven like Kong? Would you believe me if I said I am the law of heaven?" Mu Yang tilted his head and asked. But this was greeted by Ying's speechless gaze. "Your strength should be about the same as mine in my heyday, but that white-haired god is much more powerful than Kong and I combined. If it weren't for the fact that the other party didn't want to kill us, we would probably be dead at this time." I'm telling the truth, why doesn't anyone believe me?" Paimon looked at Mu Yang curiously. For some reason, she had the illusion that what the other party said was true. But very quickly, Paimon got rid of such thoughts. Impossible, absolutely impossible. How could Mu Yang be Tian Li? Although I feel that Mu Yang is very friendly, it is true that the other person is not Faunus. Forget it. Mu Yang spread his hands and sent the photos here to the group. Mu Yang, 1.jpg, 2.jpg, Doctor.jpg, please be careful in the future and be careful when meeting the doctor. Well, the doctor himself should also be careful. Today is different from the past. After thinking about the situation of everyone in the chat group, Mu Yang felt that as long as they did not encounter a particularly powerful slice, most people could solve it. Look, doctor. Where is this guy? I'll come right away. Mu Yang, it's just a slice, and it's not very strong. I've already solved it. You can investigate whether there are any slices of the doctor in Mondstadt. I think there should be. Look, is that so? I understand, I will investigate right now. Look didn't dare to be careless about the doctor. He was his father's enemy. Look would never give up until he completely killed the doctor. There are more and more fools in Mondstadt, and it's time to upgrade the eye hunting order here. The evil eye is a good thing. Of course, he can't let the fools take advantage of the loophole. If some fools offer him evil eyes in exchange for molus, wouldn't this be giving funds to the fools? Even if, he has more molus, it's not such a waste of Qin. Due to the problem of the proliferation of monsters some time ago, many people in the population are really not up to par now. It seems that some of them were captured by the fools and studied. This is my dereliction of duty. Where is this? I will come here in person. Mu Yang, I sent you the address. Keqing, at Ganyu, should we also investigate the situation within the territory? After all, the doctor may not have a research base in our territory in Liu. Ganyu, probably not. After all, Emperor Yanwang is very aware of everything. If the doctor really wants to conduct such research in Liu, Emperor Yanwang will definitely find out. Keqing, indeed, Emperor Yanwang should be able to detect the fools and executives. Zhongli, Emperor Yanwang doesn't know everything. There are some places that even Emperor Yanwang cannot sense at all times. Keqing. Excuse me, where is it? Keqing felt as if she had been slapped in the face. Originally, she thought Liu didn't need to worry about disgusting guys like the doctor. As a result, Emperor Yanwang admitted that he didn't know everything. Zhongli, in places where there is a lot of resentment from demons and gods, the existence of resentment from demons and gods will affect a lot of things. Keqing was silent for a moment. Wherever the demon's resentment exists, Li Yang, isn't it everywhere? According to records, it seems that in the entire continent of Teyvat, it is the demon god of Liu who has the most resentment. Of course, most of the demon's resentment was sealed by the Rock King. Otherwise, Liu may really become a place unsuitable for human survival. Ning Guang, I will let Yelan conduct an investigation. Mainly check each village to see if any villagers have disappeared for no reason. If a doctor wants to conduct research, I'm afraid he will need a lot of human body materials. However, according to my investigation, if the other party wants to conduct human research, I am afraid that these research will mainly be distributed among Inajima and Sumi. After all, Daojim has been in war for a long time, and General Lei and Lightning has nothing to do with it. The previous assessment and Tianling executions were in cahoots with the fools. Even if the population is lost, nothing can be found through investigation. As for Sumi, according to my investigation, it seems that there are many families who sell their children to fools. Ray movie. She never thought that while she was purifying the resentment of the demon god, she was eating melon, but in the end, the melon was eaten on her body. Damn the doctor, damn the fools. Ye Shenzi, calm down, stop the thunder, the people will be scared. Leave this matter to me and I will arrange for people to investigate. Lay movie, okay. After you complete the investigation, let the fools and the ice god give an explanation, otherwise I will go directly to the Winter Kingdom and chop twice. At worst, the fish will die and the net will be destroyed. Wendy, hey, you can't do it, you can't do it. The doctor really deserves to die. If we put pressure together at that time, the ice god will compromise. Zhongli, based on universal rationality, what the doctor did is indeed worthy of death. There is no doubt that after seeing the doctor's laboratory, several gods in the chat group couldn't hold back. Even Asmodeus secretly asked if it was necessary to drop a few nails in the Winter Kingdom. There is no way, who asked the Solstice Kingdom to do things that are not what humans should do. Mu Yang glanced around and said to Ying and Paimon, let's go, Qin will arrange for someone to come over and deal with the matter here. Ying asked with a complicated expression, will those people pay the corresponding price? In fact, during the battle in Teyvat, her sense of the fools was still very good. At that time, the fools took the lead and fought against the monsters. But now seeing the leader of the fools doing such human experiments, Ying said he couldn't accept it. D. Chapter 149. The price? Just for Mondstadt as a country, it's not enough. Even if evidence is produced, it will only be symbolic compensation at most. After all, Mondstadt is no match for Solstice country now. Mu Yang shook his head slightly and said, don't forget that the Knights of the Westwind are still on an expedition. Moreover, even when the Knights of the Westwind were still there was a huge gap between the national power of Mondstadt and the Winter Kingdom. I guess in the end, big things will turn into small things and nothing will happen. Ying was silent when he heard this. Judging from the current situation, Winter Kingdom and the fools are indeed not good people, they are all a group of old hooligans. Mon's strength sounds very weak. But Ying couldn't figure out why that big Commander Falga led 90% of the army on an expedition. Aren't you afraid of your home being robbed? But these things are not something that she, an honorary knight, can question. After all, she is just an honorary knight and is always considered an outsider to Mond. She is willing to do something for this country, and is willing to help the people of this country deal with monsters. She is also willing to help the friends she meets here, but she also knows that she should not be overly tied to a country. Maybe Kong became like this because he had too many ties with Kenria. Ying doesn't speak much, but her mind is very clear. In this regard, Ying also has confidence in himself. My stupid brother is too kind-hearted. He must have been taken advantage of by someone. Let's go. Mu Yang asked Ying and Paimon, where are you going? We live with Eula. We made an agreement with Eula before. She will be responsible for clearing out some abyss monsters that have escaped from the wolf territory. We will be responsible for going in to collect information. Now she should be waiting in a hurry. Paimon was also at this time. Thinking of Yura, he said quickly. Yura, she is really forgotten. However, in the chat group, Yura rarely spoke, although she also knew that the people in the chat group would not look down on her because she was from the Lawrence family. Just kidding, people who are suspected of being the wind god Barbados, people who are suspected of being the Rock King, and immortals all exist here, and their pattern is not that small. It's just that Eula is relatively more eager for strength. She can have a premonition that the world will not be peaceful in the future. The Abyss cult will not let him go in the future. All of this was caused by that guy Schubert. She has to become stronger. If I can become Mondstadt's hero more than once, or make more contributions, then I can enjoy everything I have gained now with peace of mind. After all, Her reputation now was clarified by Barbatos, the god of wind. Well, I don't worry about Eula being there alone. Ying also said at this time. After fighting side by side in the past few days, Ying and Eula have also developed a good relationship. The female knight in Mondstadt is really good. Sometimes, I feel reluctant to leave. Whether it's the gentle and kind-hearted Captain Qin who always takes good care of him, or the arrogant Yura with an explosive figure, these guys are all pretty good. There is also Aunt Lisa, although we don't see each other very often, she is also very explosive. Lisa, what virtue and ability do I have to allow a being like you, who is thousands of years old, to call you auntie? Sometimes, I have to wonder what these female knights grew up on, and why their figures can be so explosive. So excited. There is an attribute of crumbs that begins to sprout in the heart of the spirit. Wait a moment. Mu Yang silently sensed Eula's position, then put his hands on Ying and Paimon respectively, and disappeared directly to the laboratory. Ying and Paimon's eyes were dazzled, and then they appeared near a camp. Not far away, Yura was lighting a fire and cooking something. You are here. Seeing Ying and Paimon, Eula nodded slightly, and then looked at Mu Yang. Humph, if you come to Mondstadt and don't tell me, I will record this grudge. Isn't this here? Mu Yang spread his hands, but if you just light a fire here, aren't you afraid that the Abyss cult will discover your camp and attack you? At this time, Paimon stared at Mu Yang, trying to figure out a reason from Mu Yang. Then she scratched her head in confusion. She seemed to be able to use the ability that Mu Yang used just now, but she didn't have much power now and couldn't use it at all. I'm not afraid of them now. Eula snorted. Wouldn't she admit that she was angry because of Mu Yang? How could a female knight who has lived in the wild for a long time not know these wild knowledge? There are just some things that she won't admit. She has indeed become a lot stronger. Mu Yang looked at Eula carefully. The opponent's luck was not as good as that of Qin and I look. At the beginning, having a wind god like Barbatos spawned monsters, and his experience increased drastically. But Yura was different. When she joined the chat group, she had already missed the best opportunity. Without Wendy's guidance experience, Yura's growth rate will naturally not be as fast as Qin and I looks. Of course, Wendy doesn't treat them differently now, and he doesn't take the two of them to continue to gain experience. In fact, Wendy was very good to Eula, at least preserving Lawrence's reputation. For Eula, perhaps this was more important than gaining experience. And because she has lived in the wild for a long time, Yura has killed many more monsters during this period than Dailuk and Qin. Just in terms of the number of monsters killed, during this period of time, Yura was ranked among the best in the chat group. This also made her strength indeed improve a lot. Hearing Mu Yang's compliment, Eula placed her hands on her hips proudly. How is the situation inside? Mu Yang sat next to Eula. The other party poured herself a cup of hot tea, took a sip, and then asked. I am only responsible for sweeping away the surrounding abyss monsters. Those beastland hounds are really troublesome. They not only pollute the earth's veins, but also reproduce extremely quickly. Eula's expression also became extremely serious and said, if they are allowed to be unscrupulous in the running wolf territory, if the reproduction continues, it won't be long before Mondstadt will be filled with such monsters. According to my observation, these guys can reproduce for one generation in less than a month. Is that so? Mu Yang also became aware for a while after hearing this. In this case, we must eliminate them as soon as possible. But the traveler and I had gone into the wolf territory before, and the hounds inside were very fierce. They would chase us and beat us when they saw us. Those small ones are okay, but if they are big ones, it will be quite difficult for even travelers to deal with them. Paimon also showed a worried look at this time. Ying also showed a heavy look when he heard this. It was probably his brother who was behind this matter. Is that guy crazy? Don't you know that such alien species cannot be released at will? This is an extremely unscrupulous thing. Anyone who releases foreign species at will should have his whole family killed. But the other person is his brother, so it's really hard for him to curse him. Damn BD, if you cause trouble, you have to deal with the aftermath at your own pace. At this time, Ying is also eager to restore the power he had at his peak. If it were his heyday, these beast-level hounds, even big ones, would only be able to kill them with one sword. Take your time, Barbatos will take action when the time comes. Mu Yang's eyes became deep. Why don't you just take action? Ying has felt Mu Yang's aura. Even if her brother is standing next to Mu Yang, Ying can't guarantee who will lose or win. Unless compared to 500 years ago, the strength of that Keqing has been significantly improved. We can't take action directly. Mu Yang spread his hands. If I take action directly, the Benlang leader will be gone. Ying was silent when he heard this. It seemed that it would be better for Barbados, the god of wind, to handle these matters. Most of the monsters outside Mondstadt were wiped out by Wendy using the method of moistening things silently. If Wendy comes, she will definitely be able to destroy these monsters. Besides, I still have people to deal with. Immediately afterwards, Mu Yang looked at the position of the running wolf leader and said meaningfully, "This time, they are coming for Wendy. If they don't do enough, prepare. Do you think it's possible? Is it Kong?" Ying quickly thought of such a possibility. She didn't know if there were other existences comparable to gods within the Abyss religion. But she knew that if it was empty, it could be done, at least it could delay Mu Yang. And there must be a conspiracy brewing on the Abyss cult side. Maybe. Mu Yang chuckled, but soon, Mu Yang also noticed Eula's meaningful eyes. This is a look that says, "I can see through you." Mu Yang felt somewhat guilty. After all, he seemed to have deceived Eula in this way before, and thus embarked on the path of massacring his own family. Although the original intention is good and it is beneficial to Eula, it is still not guiding Yuzwen. Anyone else would probably suspect that Mu Yang is the big boss behind the scenes at this time. Yora knows all the information about Wendy and the specific situation on their side in the chat group. Of course, Mu Yang did not deceive Ying, but just concealed some information. Is it possible that she will also join the chat group after her marriage? Is this a test for her? Please give me flowers, please give me monthly tickets, please give me automatic subscriptions, I love you so much. My husband. Chapter 150. Yola felt as if she had found the truth, so at this time, she would not remind Ying. After all, Ying's identity is very special. Although Eula got along with Ying during this period and became friends with him, if it was just Ying alone, he would indeed be a supportive partner. But I can't stand the fact that he has an older brother who is the Prince of the Abyss. This also means that at this time, he cannot truly trust the other party completely. It's just that this guy Mu Yang does seem to have a bit of bad taste. Just like when he joined the group before, he needed to kill a large number of Lawrence families. Now, at this time, he probably also wants to make Ying and her brother hostile. Mu Yang doesn't have any brothers or sisters, or doesn't he have any family members? However, joining the chat group is a good thing for Ying, and you can just watch silently. Are you going to start tomorrow? After some deliberation, Eula asked Mu Yang. The matter with the running wolf leader must be resolved, otherwise, Mu Yang would not have gone all the way to Mondstadt. Humph, this guy who is obsessed with women has simply forgotten his friends when he saw S**X. I will bear this grudge. Some minor troubles have been solved, and it's almost time to take action. 727. Mon's biggest problem at the moment is the fools. If the fools want to do something when the top leaders of the fools are not in Mondstadt, Mondstadt really can't stop them. Even if those fools threaten to destroy Mondstadt, things may become serious by then. But at this time, the lady has already ran back to the Winter Kingdom. And one of the slices of this guy doctor has been eliminated. Maybe there are other slices in Mondstadt, but they are all within the acceptable range. If that was really the case, the worst case scenario would be to just attack the Winter Kingdom directly. That Wendy guy. Ying looked worried upon hearing this. She has confidence in her brother and understands that that guy is definitely not an aimless person. Since he started taking action at that time, he must have had his plan, and the target of the plan was probably Wendy. Can Wendy, who has lost a lot of divine power, really be able to face those opponents? On Teyvat's side, even if he recovers, he will probably have to recuperate for a while, and then the main force will still be Mu Yang. However, for some reason, standing next to Mu Yang, she felt an unprecedented sense of peace, as if no difficulty could ever be as difficult as Mu Yang's. In a laboratory somewhere in Sumeru, a skirmisher stared at one of the doctor's slices and said coldly, "Doctor, what happened to the experiment you promised me before?" The doctor shook the test tube in his hand, and looked at the straggler with a hint of contempt. "Stupid guy, it is simply a shame to be the executive officer of the fools with this guy, but at least he was brought in by himself, his combat power is pretty good, he has utilization value, and he is also a good experimental material. Just tolerate it for now. After all, his doctor loves knowledge and experiments, and he is relatively tolerant of experimental materials. After all, no one knows after which experiment the experimental materials will be gone. Don't worry, aren't you being asked to absorb the knowledge of that god now? Since the Order Academy is unwilling to come up with the heart of the god of grass, we need other hearts of god to replace it. Moreover, according to my research and analysis, the heart of the god of thunder is the most suitable for you. Dodoer said in a neither salty nor cold tone. Thunder god's heart, Beelzebul. Upon hearing this, the skirmisher's eyes flashed with cold light. He has been coveting the heart of the god of thunder for a long time, and this has also been a long-standing worry for the soldiers. No one is more qualified to possess the heart of thunder god than himself, not even the thunder general. Thinking of General Thunder and Lightning, the soldiers' hearts were filled with contempt. Perhaps in terms of combat power, I am still not as good as General Thunder and Lightning, but I am much more flexible than General Thunder and Lightning. Seeing how much trouble I have caused in Deo Wife, it seems that I am about to completely destroy Deo Wife. As a result, the maintainer of heavenly justice has arrived. The stragglers are confident that if the maintainer of heavenly principles had not come, the situation in Daoji would have become more and more corrupt. Sooner or later, Daoji would have fallen apart and then been completely destroyed. Such a country really has no meaning in existence. And he was the most suitable person to inherit the heart of God. What kind of trash is General Thunderbolt? Their series of plans to fool everyone were all completed under the eyes of General Thunder. In the end, that loser didn't even notice any details. Where does he look like himself? With a smart mind, he can easily bring down a country like Ina Wife. Beelzebul, your choice is wrong. It's just a pity that I seem to have gone too far, and even the maintainers of heavenly principles appeared. Of course, when the maintainer of Tianli appeared at first, the skirmishers still waited for a moment. If the maintainer of Tianli dropped the nail or killed Beelzebub, then wouldn't his plan be completely successful? By that time, wouldn't it be easy to obtain the Thunder God's heart? It's a pity that the maintainer of Tianli did not directly punish Lei King Kaido, but instead asked the other party to work honestly. After knowing this, the soldiers left Daoji immediately. It's a good thing that this is the case, otherwise she would really be caught by Thunder Movie. Although he was dissatisfied with Lei Movie, the soldiers did not think that Lei Movie could be compared to General Raiden. He can easily play with General Raiden's IQ, but when it's Raiden's turn, that won't be the case. After all, the other party is still its own producer. If Lei's movie is too stupid, wouldn't it look like a waste? At this time, it is becoming increasingly difficult to obtain the heart of Thunder God. This made the skirmisher even more irritable. Now he not only hates Lei movie, but also the keeper of heavenly principles. Sooner or later, he will beat you all. Now that the God of Thunder has taken control of her own body, it will be extremely difficult for us to obtain the heart of God from her hands. Even Inajima will have difficulties and will be watched by the maintainers of heavenly principles at any time. Speaking of this, Dodo, the eyes looking at the stragglers, were also full of resentment. Although he was the first to destroy Mikage Furnace Heart. But if it wasn't for this guy like Xianbing, who made some small moves on Mikage Stove's heart, and then the people who decided to follow it and Tianling Shao were so inhumane, how could Mikage Stork's heart be leaked? If the Mikage Furnace's heart hadn't been leaked and harmed the ocean, the maintainer of heavenly principles would not have come. In the final analysis, it was still the fault of the skirmishers. After all, it was for the sake of the skirmishers that I destroyed Mikage Furnace Heart in the first place. If it is just for a mere skirmisher, it will lead to the inability to obtain the heart of the God of Thunder. This is a very unworthy thing. Then what should we do? The soldier frowned when he heard this. Now he has no confidence in snatching the Thunder God's heart. Unless he becomes a god, otherwise, he is no match for Lei movie. What he wants to do most is to become a god, then walk in front of Lei Qianqian, defeat the opponent, and let the opponent know that her original choice was wrong. I have studied the Queen's Divine Heart before and found that the characteristics of the Divine Heart are different. Even the Divine Heart of the Grass God, which seems to be the easiest for us to obtain, may not be suitable for you, and may even become yours. Drag. I do have a plan, but I don't know if you are willing to try it. Dodo's eyes flickered slightly and he said solemnly to the skirmishers. Oh? What's the plan? Hearing this, Xian Sheng also looked at Dodo. Although the other party was stronger than him, and even some of the other party's research had helped him improve his strength, in Xianshen's view, the cooperation between the two parties was mutually beneficial. A mutually beneficial relationship, the relationship is still equal. The counterfeit plan of the heart of God. Dodo's face showed a confident light. Can the heart of God be imitated? The skirmishers were also shocked at this time. You know, that is the heart of God. I can create an evil eye that's more powerful than the eye of God, why can't I create an evil heart? Dodo chuckled and said, it's just that some materials are very hard to find. But Sumi can have exactly what we need. I wonder if you are willing to try the so-called forbidden knowledge. Skirmishers are a great experimental tool for Dodo. At this time, if the skirmisher is unwilling, then he will not force the skirmisher to conduct the experiment. After all, he was very interested in such an experiment, but he couldn't get anywhere with it. 5.2 Once it fails, skirmisher will probably be gone. After all, even gods polluted by forbidden knowledge will fall. Moreover, once the experiment of forbidden knowledge is successful, there is no guarantee that the one in the sky will not take action. That is what Dodo is most afraid of at the moment. How sure are you? The skirmisher asked after hesitating for a moment. Forbidden knowledge, he also knew, was a long-standing problem that troubled Sumi. It is not a good thing to be tainted with forbidden knowledge, and if it cannot be controlled, if it breaks out in Sumi, I am afraid that the entire city of Sumi will perish. Let's do it 50-50. Although I haven't tried it, in theory, I can complete it. Dodo stared at the skirmishers and said softly, of course, you can also wait and get thunder number Z. Are you waiting for the heart of Thunder God? Are you still waiting for it? The skirmisher said that he had no hope. Although he was unwilling to admit it, Balzabul was indeed very powerful. Under such circumstances, it was very difficult to get the heart of Thunder God. It was very difficult. The only way is to become a god yourself, and then go and snatch it from Balzabub, and then replace the fake goods with the real ones. If you enjoyed this video, please give it a like and subscribe to the channel so you are notified of future uploads. You can find the next parts in the playlist visible on the screen or on my channel. Thank you for watching, and I'll see you in the next one.